Shot and make it better over time. Let's just say
oh, TJ.
That's not all right.
It makes me want to have fun.
That's right. Blame it on the juice. Good morning, ladies.
This joint right here, it makes me want to let it go. Can't let this thing fall down, get away from you. Feel free right now, go do what you want to do. Can't let nobody take it away from you, from me, from me. No time for moping around. Are you kidding? And no time for negative vibes, 'cause I'm waiting. It's been a long week, I put in my hardest. Gonna live my life, feel so good to get it right. I like what I see when I'm looking at me, when I'm walking past the mirror. Don't stress through the night at a time in my life, ain't worry about if you feel it. Got my head on straight, I got my vibe right, I ain't gonna let you kill it. See, I would change my life, just bye, 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 ooh, bye, 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 ooh, bye, 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 ooh. See, I would change my life.
There's been so many things that's held us down, but now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we've got a long, long way to go, and where we'll end up, I don't know. But we don't let nothing hold us back. We're putting ourselves together, we're polishing up our act. If you ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. We got to do. Ain't no stopping us now. I know. Ain't no stopping us now. We got to do.
Question, tell me what you think about me. I bought my own diamonds and I bought my own rings. I'm wearing your celly when I'm feeling lonely. When it's all over, please get up and leave. Question, tell me how you feel about this. Gotta confirm me, boy, you get dismissed. Pay my own funnel and I pay my own bills. Always 50-50 in relationships. The shoes on my feet, I found the clothes I'm wearing. I found the lights I'm rocking. I found that depends on me. I found the lights I'm wearing. I found the house that I live in. I found the car I'm driving. I found it. I depend on it. I depend on it. All the women with me, they know your hands up at me. All the money, you like your money, know your hands up at me. All the mama, rockin' dollar, know your hands up at me. All the ladies, you can feel me, know your hands up at me. Girl, I didn't know you could get down like that. Charlie, how your angels get down like that. Girl, I didn't know you could get down like that. Charlie, how your angels get down like that. I used to bite my tongue and hold my breath. Scared to rock the boat and make a mess. So I sit quietly, agreed politely. I guess that I forgot I had a choice. I let you push me past the breaking point. I stood for nothing, so I fell for everything. You held me down, but I got up. Already brushing off the dust. You hear my voice, you hear that sound. Like thunder gonna shake the ground. You held me down, but I got up. Get ready, cause I've had enough. I see it all, I see it now. I got the eye of the tiger. Dancing through the fire. I am the champion, and you're gonna hear me roar. Louder than a lion. I am the champion, and you're gonna hear me roar. She's just a girl and she's on fire. Higher than a fantasy, running like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire. Dealing with catastrophe, but she knows she can fly away. Oh, she knows both feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she got her head in the clouds and she's not backing down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. Looks like a girl, but she's a flame. So bright she can burn your eyes. Better look the other way. You can try, but you'll never forget her name. She's on top of the world. Hottest to the hottest girls say, oh, we got our feet on the ground and we're burning it down. Oh, got our head in the clouds and we're not coming down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. Everybody stands and she goes by. They can see the flame that's in her eyes. Watch her and she's lighting up tonight. Nobody knows that she's a lonely girl. And it's a lonely world. But she gon' let it burn, baby, burn, baby. Dear God, if you hear God, make the fear disappear when they fear God. Take away my fear when they interfere, God. Do you fear God? Cause I fear God. And in my backyard, that's a dear God. And that's a hood friends. And to my poor fans, keep blessing me. Do it to the death of me. X in the box, cause ain't nobody checking me. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. golden, golden. Living my life like it's 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 golden, golden. I'm taking my own freedom, putting it in my song.
Morning. I'm coming through. I see that my video is not showing. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today. Hello, Democrats. We're here today because after years of mobilizing and organizing, Texas is now the biggest battleground state in the country. Texas Democrats have gone all in like we have never done before. Because this is the fight over who will write the rules and decide how our communities are treated, how women are treated, how children are treated, how humanity is treated. When we win, and we will win, we will enact change that will be felt across the state for generations. When we foster economic development, invest in our public school system, expand access to affordable health care, and pass criminal justice reform to stop the criminalization of people of color. We will elect leaders with the character and the integrity to inch us closer to the American promise we call democracy. When Democrats make it to the top, and we will, they reach down to pull up those less fortunate because they believe that everyone deserves a fair shot. We are the party of the people and for the people. When Republicans reach the top, they look down at the next person climbing the ladder and plant their boots squarely in their face. They keep Texas families down because they believe that in doing so, they get to keep more for themselves. For them, it's always been about greed, about exploiting hardworking Texans in order to help their wealthy allies hold on to power. And although this legacy of selfish governing didn't begin in Trump's Republican Party, it sure hasn't helped. Donald Trump chips away at the bedrock of our democracy nearly every single day. He has demonstrated more allegiance to authoritarian dictators than to the citizens he was elected to protect. He attacks his political opponents with the vengeance remnants of a mob boss. He has defied and subverted the United States Constitution, which has steered the American democracy through the perils of history and the progress of society. When we win, because we have to win, this election is an election of our lifetimes. We built the systems and the infrastructure that have the power to shape the political future of our state and redefine the political trajectory of our entire nation. We have to put an end to this horrific chapter in American history. And when we look back at this election, the most important election of our lifetimes, We will recognize the leaders who fought for our communities, the activists who unified the masses, and the voters like you who are watching, who showed up and showed out on Election Day. We don't do this work because it's easy. We do this work because it's right. We do this work because we have to. We do this work because we want a future for our children. We want a future for everyone who sees America as the land of opportunity. While our enemies fan the flames of hate, we aspire for greatness. We unite, bridge, and coalesce over the understanding that our family is not just those who live in our homes. Our family is our community. It's our state. It's our country. We fight for the people of Texas because this is our family. Texas is our home. When we turn Texas blue and elect Democrats up and down the ballot, we will further our mission of guaranteeing justice for all. Today is Women Winning Texas 2020 Election Day Party. You're going to hear from lots of speakers. More so than ever, you're going to see the many women who came together as our host committee, as our honorary chairs. We want to thank everyone who's watching. And if you haven't told a friend, it's not too late. This is our moment. And this, you all, it's our year. Because when Texas turns blue, we know the nation turns blue. Take some time now to text TEXAS to 21333 to get started. That's 21333. Text it 21333. Thank you to everyone joining us today. Because of you, we're going to make history this year. And believe me, I can't wait to do so. This is only the beginning of a legacy that we've started for Texas to ensure that women's voices will always be heard up and down the ballot as candidates, as voters. Now you will hear from our great chairman, Gilberto Hinojosa. And thank you, Gilberto, for just having the vision to grow this party in the way that you have.
Thank you, Vice Chair Dr. Brailey, and an amazing Vice Chair that has taken on a totally different role since she's taken over in that position, and has just rallied Democrats all across the state of Texas, both in person when she could get out there, and now on Zoom all over the state of Texas. I want to give her a big thanks for all the hard work that she's undertaken. I'll be brief. Look, I've said this from the very beginning. We're where we're at today because Texas women decided to step up. After Donald Trump was elected, the day after the election, women all across the state of Texas started reflecting upon what this meant, why it had happened, whether or not they bore any responsibility for not having worked hard enough. And I think what they decided was they were going to wait around for the men to step up and do what needed to be done. They were going to step up, not just in organizing and mobilizing, but also stepping up to run. And what happened in 2018 is because of that, you saw this huge transformation of the Democratic Party in the state of Texas. 12 people got elected to the state house, flipping Texas seats. 8 of those were women. In Harris County itself, we took over every single countywide seat in Harris County. Most of that was accomplished by women, including electing a woman to be the county judge of Harris County, the first time that I believe that has ever happened. And all across the state, we saw that. So we're now fast forward to 2020. We've got 25 more days left in this election, a lot of work to be done, but women again have stepped up. They've stepped up as candidates. We've got, out of 9 statewide candidates, 8 of them are women. One running for the United States Senate, MJ Hagar, 4 women running for the Texas Supreme Court, and women all across the state of Texas running for legislative seats. We're targeting at least 22 state house seats. 2/3 of those people are women as well. And so it looks, that if Texas ends up turning blue at this election cycle, it's going to be Texas women that are going to be the persons responsible for getting us there. And I want to thank each and every one of them for their hard work in accomplishing this. So I'm glad you put together this program, Dr. Brailey. I'm glad that we're continuing to work to ensure that we're organizing every single day between now and Election Day. I look forward to a victory and flipping the state blue, turning the 38 electoral votes in the state of Texas over to the Democrat Joe Biden, who is going to be the next president of the United States, along with the first female vice president of the United States, Senator Kamala Harris, and electing MJ Hagar to the United States Senate, the 4 women to the Texas Supreme Court, and flipping the Texas legislature in the state of Texas. So congratulations. We got 25 more days. Let's get out there and give it all we got.
All right. Before we go to Jane Hamilton and Shekira Dennis, we want to make sure that we have a blessed day that we're already going to have, but we're going to put the word on it. And we're going to hear from Pastor Suzette Caldwell to provide the invocation for us.
Hello, thank you, Dr. Brailey. I want to say hello to everyone that's attending today, and thank you for the invitation to pray. It's always my delight to pray over our city and over our country. So let's pray. Almighty Father, we thank you for blessing our nation with your provision and protection throughout its entire history. We thank you, Lord, for being faithful, God, to your covenant towards humankind, God, even when we've not always been faithful to you. And we thank you for extending your mercy and your grace in spite of our actions, God, towards you and our neighbor. You are a compassionate God. You're the Lord who is filled with mercy. You're the Father who's slow to get angry and filled with unfailing love and faithfulness. And we're most grateful to you for that, God. We praise your great and awesome name because your name is holy, God. And you are worthy, Father, to receive our glory, our honor, and to receive our praise, Father. Now, Lord, today, you would like to bless all of us. And we need your guidance, Father, in the upcoming days as we go into the general election. Please hear the prayers of your people, for we do need your help in our country, God. There are countless lives, Father, who have been impacted, God, and our communities, Lord, are in need of your presence. We ask, Father, that you would bless us and help us, Lord. Now, Father, you are the Lord who reigns over all things, all power, whether it be governmental power, God, military power, whatever the power, all power has to be subject to you. We declare that you rule, God, in this land. Help us as a nation in the next 3 weeks. Help us, Father, to come together. Help, God, those who are running for office. Give them the stamina and the determination to get to the end of this race. And Lord, your word says that righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. Your very character, God, is what is right and what is just. And so that's our prayer, that your righteousness and your justice would prevail throughout this election season. In Jesus' name. Lord, I ask that you would forgive us for the injustice that continues to abound in our country. Forgive, Father, people who have said that they follow you, but they act a different way. Forgive us, God, for putting policies and laws in place that divide people, God, that cause people to hate others. Forgive us for that. And forgive us, God, for being selfish in our ambitions instead of looking out for others. But that's what you've called us to do as a people of faith. Now help us, Lord, not to yield to all of the clamor that's going on around us, but to stay focused on what you would have us to do. And I know that you'd have us to be fair, to be just, and to do what is right. Forgive us, Lord, for our sinfulness. Forgive us, God, for doing and saying things that divide, God. Forgive us, Father, for not always asking you first before we make our decisions. Now, Lord, I ask that you please bless Dr. Brailey and her team, God. Bless, Father, all the panelists, the participants in today's program, and bless those, God, who have tuned in to be a part of this Texas winning, women winning Texas. Ain't no stopping us now, Father. If you're with us, we are on the move, and we're trusting in you. Thank you, Lord, for being our Lord and Savior, for being our peace and prevailing. Peace be still. Peace be still in our nation, in our state. And we thank you for being with us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Texas is the biggest battleground state.
And in 2020,
we have the opportunity
to turn our state blue
up and down the ballot.
We have the opportunity to expand access to affordable health care, finance our public schools, strengthen our economy, and take meaningful action on gun violence. There's so much more in the United States Senate.
We have the opportunity to pave the way towards a more sustainable future at the Texas Railroad Commission.
We have the opportunity
to elect judges
and the justices
who will restore fairness, equality,
and balance in our courts.
We have the opportunity
to shape the political future of Texas
and repair the broken systems
that disenfranchise working families in our great state.
We have the opportunity to ensure that Texans in positions of power
embrace empathy,
open minds,
and swing open the doors of possibility.
By working together
and uniting behind our shared vision of a more inclusive world,
we will win back our state.
We will win because we have to.
We have to put an end to the hate, the lack of access, and the suffering.
We have to deliver on the fair shot that every Texan deserves.
Our cause,
our movement,
is about the restoration of justice and the expansion of opportunity.
None of this can be accomplished unless we work together.
In order to bring lasting change to Texas,
we must work alongside every down ballot candidate, every activist, and every Texas Democrat
to continue building the largest democratic movement our state has ever seen.
We're asking you to be a part of this historic fight.
Together, we will create a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Together, we will save Texas and in turn, save the entire country.
Join us.
Join us.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we've got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us. We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
I'm Judge R.K. Sando, and I'm voting Democrat from start to finish because we all deserve better.
Because Black Lives Matter.
Because no one should go hungry in America.
Because the climate crisis is real and needs a solution.
Because we need a plan to fight COVID-19.
So I can have access to my elected officials.
Because I believe in public education.
Yo votaré en la boleta demócrata desde el principio hasta el final porque necesitamos una reforma inmigratoria completa.
I'm voting Democrat from start to finish. And so should you.
Good morning again, and I know that you all have just watched a few videos, and we're going to hear now from Jane Hamilton, who is our senior advisor for the our state campaign in Texas for Biden-Harris campaign. And we're also going to hear from Shekira Dennis, who is leading the all constituency efforts for the state of Texas. And together, along with Rebecca, they are just doing a phenomenal job. 3 women at the top of the ticket, running the top of the ticket for our state. Shekira, Jane, would you please offer a few words to us?
Absolutely. I'll jump in. As mentioned, my name is Shekira Dennis. I serve as the coalitions director for the Biden-Harris campaign, and I'm incredibly excited to be here with you all. As Chairman Hinojosa and Vice Chair Brailey alluded to earlier, Texas is the biggest battleground state, and we have an incredible opportunity to change the face of power and elect Democrats up and down the ballot this cycle. It's no secret that Texas has been in play for years, and we've been invested. And quite frankly, we're incredibly excited that they chose Texans, to lead these conversations and to lead these grassroots efforts. Our true path to victory is rooted in our ability to really engage and empower and mobilize a diverse group of coalitions across the state of Texas. That is our true path to victory. And we understand that we cannot get there without the collective power and influence of women. And so thank you, Vice Chair Brailey, for organizing this amazing group of women. We know that it wouldn't be possible without our daily work, without our daily sacrifice, and our commitment to ensuring that we change the face of power throughout the state of Texas. You all are no strangers to work. I'm looking at all of the participants, and we know that it's going to take all of us, women in the faith community, women in the civic and political community, women in the business community, right, and throughout. And so we're excited to be here on the ground in Texas and to be working sun up to sundown to make sure that we deliver those 38 electoral votes. And we know that we can't do it without women. So thank you, Vice Chair Brailey, again, for your vision and for your influence and for using your platform to do good as usual. Thank you.
Thank you, Shekira. It's nothing like causing some good trouble. And so that's what we're all here to do. And we go cause some good trouble all the way to the polls. As a matter of fact, we go party to the polls. I did see Jane Hamilton. I know you all are doing great work. And I know so at any point she could probably be on a call in a meeting. Jane, are you here?
I am here. Thank you, Vice Chair Carla Brailey. We really appreciate you putting this together. This was a wonderful idea, and I cannot thank you enough. I have the honor of also working with Shekira, and let me just say, for the first time, I'm surrounded by a powerhouse of women in getting this done. We've got our statewide director, Rebecca Cunha, who is serving in the capacity of statewide director for Biden. So this effort is full of powerful women. I have no doubt that we are going to do great things. When we think about women winning and we think about so many women who have come before us, we think about Harriet Tubman, the first woman who freed slaves. What a wonderful and noble and just amazing thing that she was able to do. We think about Mae Jemison, one of the first women who actually was an astronaut and was able to go to space. And right here in Texas, we have the wonderful late, great Barbara Jordan, the first African-American woman elected to Texas Senate, and also the first Southern African-American woman elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. We think of Madeleine Albright, the first Secretary of State. We think of the great RGB, the first progressive woman to be elected to the Supreme Court. So we have a lot of firsts. And what we are really looking forward to is not only flipping the state of Texas, but also having another first. The first woman, not just African-American woman, but the first woman to serve as vice president of the United States of America. How powerful is that? And to know that we are all here and we can make it happen as women, because that is what we do. We make it happen and we get things done. And let me tell you this, when Kamala sat on that stage, Senator Harris sat on that stage against Vice President Trump, she made it really clear. She looked at us direct to the camera and she said, let me tell you something. They are coming for you. And she is right. And you know what? As women, we are accustomed to that. We know what it feels like for people to come for us, to tell us what we can't do, to come for our families, to come for our neighborhoods. And every single time we answer that charge back. And this time is not going to be any different. And this Governor, Greg Abbott, is still coming for us, not just with the voter suppression methods that he has been implementing since he was the Attorney General, but also as governor. He said we were going to have 3 weeks of early voting because of the pandemic. Then he changed his mind. Well, guess what we did? We took him to court and we beat him. So election early voting will continue to be October the 13th to October 30th. We've got all of this time to early vote. So what I implore on all of us, on women, we need to continue to lead this charge. As women, we need to continue to hold the mantle and be strong and get our communities out, get our neighborhoods out, get this nation out so that we can see another first. So I just want to say that we need to vote early. We need to make a plan. We need to make sure our neighbors have a plan, and we need to vote in the masses so that no one can question this election, so that we're not sitting there, clutching our pearls on November 3rd, but so that we have a decisive victory, so that everybody knows that the Biden-Harris ticket has been elected and we will have a new administration in to usher a new day. Thank you all for being here. And thank you again to Vice Chair Carla Brailey for this extremely important conversation.
Thanks so much, Jane and Shekira. I know that we are about to approach our first panel, Faith in Action, Interfaith in the Vote. For those who are out there, I just want to tell you all that this event was put in place for a few reasons. One, to be sure, as Jane mentioned, early vote starts on this coming Tuesday. And so we wanted to make sure that as women, we show up. And we don't just show up at any time. We show up the very first day of early vote. So we're asking all of you, and it's not just women, all of you, but we're really pressing women, go out. Take your time. Wear your pink. Pink is power. And I'm sure our Vice President, soon to be Vice President Kamala, loves pink. So show up to your polls. You can wear your blue, but do a little pink collar, pink earrings, wear some pink. Pink is power, and we know that our girl likes that too. So let's just show up for her. Show up, go out to those polls. First day of early vote, October 13th. So thank you, Jane, Shekira, you all. It means a lot to have 3 women at the top of the state campaign. They're making the decisions, the discretionary decisions. So thank you all. We know what you do is hard work. And I know Pastor Ramos is on here, Pastor Cartwell. I won't start calling names, so please lift these sisters up in your prayers because I know how those roles can be. So thank you so much. Sarita, are you going to move us into our next panel?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to take a tiny break to do a couple videos, and then we'll start our panel.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas. And that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality health care, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you for this chance to join you today, and thank you for keeping the faith through these very difficult times. We are all carrying so much right now. I feel it everywhere I go. A pandemic that has taken the lives of more than 200,000 Americans and upended countless more lives. An economy where the rich get even richer, while tens of millions of people are praying just to find work. And systemic racism, which permeates our nation, from our justice system to our schools, to disparities in our access to quality health care. In these times, when our faith and our strength are tested, we must remember the book of Joshua, where God calls on us to be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Now more than ever, we are called to be strong and courageous. We must remember the power of our voice in this world to drive change, and to use that voice to drive overdue change and to protect our people. We must vote. And we must vote early wherever possible. You can check if you register to vote and register if you need to at iwillvote.com. We need everyone to make a plan to vote and write down when you will vote, where you will vote, and how you will vote, by mail, by drop box, or safely in person. Especially those who are new to voting or out of practice, making a plan increases the likelihood folks will actually cast their ballots. We all know so much is at stake in this election, so I hope you'll join me in voting and make a plan to vote as early as you can. It's time for strength and courage, and if we come together and vote in numbers no one has ever seen before, we can, as my dear friend and our dearly departed John Lewis said, redeem the soul of our nation. God bless you, and God bless America.
Hello, folks. I am excited to announce our Faith Leader panel. We will be having our panel moderated today by Pastor Carolyn Davis, and our guests are going to be Pastor Suzette Caldwell, co-pastor of Windsor Village Church, Pastor Juanita Rasmus, co-leader of St. John's Church, Nabila Mansour, Census Director for the Empowering Communities Initiative, and Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes, pastor of Friendship West.
Great. Thank you so much, Sarita. It is so great to be with y'all. And thank you to Dr. Carla Brailey for inviting me to moderate the panel. We have a really exciting lineup, and so I want to dive right in. There are key events that have happened in 2020 that have impacted our nation in ways that could forever change how we function in our day-to-day lives, even to the extent in how we think about American democracy, which we know, especially in Texas, is under attack right now every day. From the pandemic of COVID-19, the highlighting of the epidemic of systemic racism, and the high disregard of life by this current administration, we can arguably say that one's faith can be very challenged, both personally and also when it comes to our faith in democracy. So, Reverend Caldwell, I'm going to start with you, and I'm going to ask you, how do we keep both our own faith and our faith in democracy in one of the darkest periods of history in the United States? What do you say to your congregants in this moment? What do you say to the communities that you work with? She's muted. Oh, I think Reverend Caldwell, you might be muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, good. I first want to say thank you to Dr. Brailey and the steering committee for inviting me to be a part of today's panel. In answer to your question, so really it's a multifaceted question, but I like to tell our people that we are on the Lord's side. Mm-hmm. And God is on the side of righteousness and justice. He has made it very clear that righteousness and justice are the foundation of his rulership, if you will. It's the foundation of who he is. And so I like to tell our folks, be on the right side. And that's the side of righteousness and justice. And that goes for everybody, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent. We should be on the side of what is right and what is just. And I think as human beings, we are at a crossroads. We've got to make some decisions about who we are, and especially people of faith. Who are we? What do we really believe in? And do we really believe that God exists? Because if we believe he exists, then we believe in his principles. And his commandments, and we know that God has told us that we should not be impartial. We should be impartial. We should not be unfair towards people. We certainly shouldn't take children away from their parents. We certainly shouldn't divide people based on the color of their skin. We certainly should not create wealth gaps that cause people to become more poor and others to hoard wealth. All of those things for people who are in the community of faith are anti to what God has asked us to do. And so I believe that we have to continue to pound the message, be on the side of righteousness and justice.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Reverend Caldwell. You remind me of one of Jamie Harrison, candidate for Senate in South Carolina's current slogans, which is, it's not left or right, it's right or wrong. And he's fighting quite a battle over there in South Carolina over what is now essentially open racism, not even dog whistle racism anymore, with the threat of Lindsey Graham to basically reinstate sundown towns 2 days ago. Reverend Rasmus, the Trump campaign has made this campaign about white supremacy. They are challenging the very reality of systemic racism. Black and brown people have long been out front when it comes to fighting to create safe communities, preserve the dignity of members of their community. And all too often, white folks are late to come in to walk alongside. In this moment, how do faith communities of every racial ethnic background talk about what's happening in our democracy in a way that calls us to something better? Who needs to be listening? Who needs to be out front? And how do we have some of these conversations in this moment? And I know that likely varies based on the level of trauma and the experiences day to day that folks are struggling with in various communities. But what do you say to faith leaders in this moment? What do you say to folks who want to call themselves members of faith communities and people of good conscience?
Well, I think the first thing I would say is that we have to remember that this is an unprecedented time in our history. This is a time where, if I could use the theologian Walter Brueggemann, who talked about the Psalms and the scripture as being a picture of our evolution, if you will, as a people, as humanity. And what we see often in the Psalms is this picture of orientation, a way of life. And then we experience some kind of disorientation, some kind of disruption. And then if the experience of disruption and disorientation are engaged in ways that are far more expansively created and creative, then you will get to a place of a new orientation. We're not at new orientation right now. We're very much at this place of disruption and disorientation. I think that even COVID-19 can be seen as in many ways, a catalyst for awakening us from the stupor of our previous orientation. And so what I would say to the faith communities is wake up, everybody. This is an opportunity for us to begin to engage into something far more creative than anything we have even seen in America. One of my core beliefs is that God, however you may choose to name God, that God is in the business, if you will, of creating an all-inclusive community of loving persons. And that God wants to be able to dwell in that community. And if we use that as our charge, we've never done that before. But we can begin to dream and envision what it would be like to live in an America that was all inclusive, claiming all of her gifts, claiming all of her sons and daughters, claiming all of the creative resources that we all have available within us, because within each of us is this life longing to be lived. And so I would say, wake up. Wake up to the realities of the most expansive selves that we can be in this place and in this space. I think what we're experiencing is very similar to a chrysalis. We've gone in as caterpillars. Let's come out as butterflies.
Wake up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nabila, thank you. Nabila, we know that once we've woken up, once we've started keeping this faith, it's only half the work. Our traditions also call us to take that faith and put it into action in the world. As you know, for instance, we lost one of our great legends this year, John Lewis, and he spoke about working to redeem the soul of the nation. It's a slogan as well that the Biden campaign has made great use of. This moment in American life, Nabila, what does it mean to put our faith into action? How are you and your organization Engage heeding this call?
Yeah, thank you so much, Carolyn, and thank you for putting together this wonderful event. For Muslim community, this is really an existential moment almost. This is a person, a president who said that, at the beginning of his campaign, that there was something wrong with Islam, that we should have a total and complete shutdown of Muslims. For us living here, it has been a traumatic couple of years, 4 or 5 years. This is an America where we saw Barack Obama come into power, and it was followed by this. So we have to remember this is the same country that elected Barack Obama. And why can't it now elect Joe and Kamala, right? So we are excited. We know that this is an opportunity that we have to take hold of. So we're doing a project called A Million Muslim Votes, where we are trying to get out to every registered Muslim voter and make sure that they know about this election, that they are voting. We are making phone calls from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day. We are texting. We are talking to our faith leaders and in our mosques and telling them that this is the time for us to take action. whether it be at the top of the ticket or whether it be all the way to the bottom. It has been a really traumatic time for many of us. But I think right now we really believe that we have a path forward and we have to unite. We have to collaborate. All of us have to come together. Whether you are Christian, Muslim, Jewish, whatever, this is our moment. And it's exciting. We have young people that are taking part in a way that they never have, older folks that understand that this is important, and they are phone banking and doing things that they never thought they would do. But we understand that this is a moment that we are in, and we need to really get all hands on deck.
Absolutely, all hands. In that spirit, Reverend Dr. Haynes, at your congregation, Friendship West Baptist Church, you work frequently with faith communities that represent a wide variety of religious traditions to impact change in the Dallas community, most recently in your intensive work around Black Lives Matter. Can you speak a bit about how you approach the notion of interfaith activism, how you talk about it with your congregation, and how that perspective informs how you're thinking about the connection between political organizing and faith leadership?
Thank you so much. And let me express my appreciation to you for moderating this panel with such brilliance. I also want to salute our Vice Chair, Dr. Brailey, for her leadership. And then whoever put me on this panel with these esteemed, amazing, phenomenal women, I both salute you, but also question if you really like me, because they have been so amazingly brilliant. As we expect, because that's just how we roll and women win in Texas. But to answer your question, I simply say that on one level, it is so important for us to recognize that regardless of our faith expression, we believe in a God, a creator of the universe, who has stamped God's image on each and every one of us. And God, she ain't pleased when we do not work together to make the world and bring to the world the goodness and the justice that characterizes what it means to be connected to Almighty God. With that being the case, I piggyback on what the amazing Dr. Rasmus said, and that is, not only is this a time of disorientation, during this time of disorientation, we have an awesome opportunity, and this is what faith communities specialize in. We have an awesome opportunity to create a new normal. I like that, because a lot of times we're talking about going back to normal. We don't want to go back to normal, because normal is what gave birth to COVID-45, who has mismanaged COVID-19. And of course, normal has been the continuation of COVID-19. And so faith communities say we move from disorientation under the leadership of our Creator, who is about doing a new thing. And so as faith communities, we unite, we join together. And I love this, because what faith communities do when we unite and join together, we bring about healing, and we set the stage for hope. God knows our nation, our world is in need of healing. COVID-19 has exacerbated so much as it relates to the fissures and the breakages in society that have created disadvantage, discrimination, and disparate treatment. But the good news is that this is a time of healing from toxic masculinity, sexism, racism, ageism, and all of the isms that need to become wasms. This is a time of healing, but it's also a time of hope. It's a time of hope where we look forward to creating a brand new America. We believe that when we heal the soul of America, we can inject hope into the veins of America and then make America indeed that more perfect union. So that's the gift of our faith communities operating together, operating in harmony to contradict, to counter the disharmony that comes from the White House, even the suppressive tactics in the State House. We come together. It's almost like the brilliant Mary McLeod Bethune said. She said, I have 5 fingers, and if one of my fingers, I use them to tap you, I may get your attention. If 2 fingers, I tap you, I still may not get your attention, but you let me double those fingers and form a fist. And the beautiful thing is I have the power to strike a blow. Our faith communities can come together and we can form a fist of faith that will strike a blow. And when we form a fist of faith, that's when healing happens. That's when hope is restored. And that is our challenge. That is our gift. And that is our faith.
Amen. And one thing I want to sort of follow up with, and I want to open this up to the group, is, you know, the Texas Democratic Party is a party that welcomes everybody. We have members of every faith. We have members of no faith. And we're working together at this moment to make change, to hold our leaders accountable, to usher in a new slate of women candidates. We're doing the work. Can you talk about some examples of ways in a very concrete way that we're seeing that hope that comes with working together happen in your communities? Do you have examples of working together across difference? And that's open to the group. Yeah.
You know, I was going to say something. I think we're seeing that all over the place. You know, we have an opportunity right now in the Texas State House to flip 9 seats and take over. And that will really change things. And so a lot of our work has been educating the community on what that means. Like, what does it mean to flip a house? Folks don't really understand. They're worried about the presidential election. They're worried about what they see on the national news. But telling them how important it is that we get those local races, that we get winners in them. And so I'll give you an example. We had a wonderful candidate here in Houston, Akila Basie. She's running in District 138. This was a seat that was won by the Republicans in 2018 by 47 votes. 47 votes. So we believe that 2020 is going to be the year it's going to be our seat. And so when we told one of our donors and we said, look, we know that there are 3,500 registered Muslim voters in this district. We have a goal of making sure that it's the Muslim vote that's going to make sure that Akila Basie gets to the finish line. He said, yes. How many phone bakers do you need? How many texters do you need? I'll pay for it. This is a donor who we just had to tell him that. He goes, don't even worry about it. I got it covered. That's going to be our seat, that we are taking responsibility to make sure that Akila makes it to the finish line. And so when we see things like that, it is so exciting. We have Sarah DeMerchant in House District 26. She's my neighbor. I spend times with her where we just go out for coffee. And now she's running and she's going to win. And she's going to win how? On the Black and brown vote. We're in a district or in a area where we have a huge number of Muslim community members, huge number of South Asians, Hindu Americans, Black Americans, and we're going to propel her to a victory. So we're seeing it done. We're seeing what we just heard about us collaborating, working together. I'm sure that if all of us bring all of our energy, all of our focus together, we can do it. I'm confident. I'm looking forward to November 4th when we can celebrate with our sisters and really enjoy some of the fruits of our labor. Dr. Carla talked about how, she is so tired right now. She's going to worry about resting later. We are all in that same kind of boat that we put the hard work in right now, and then let's relax and enjoy afterwards.
Well, Carolyn, we have hosted town halls. We also have had voter registration drives. We just started a food park on the southwest side of Houston, which is pretty cool. It's the Power Center Food Park, if anybody wants good food. So we've had voter registration drives there because we have a lot of people coming from all over the city there. And then just, keeping people informed of what is going on locally. And that's what's really important in an election like this, or, really our local elections. I do want to say that, and I don't want to speak for Juanita or Dr. Haynes, but people of faith, leaders of faith, we have everybody under the umbrella of all the political persuasions, right? And so our job, I believe, as the church, is to inform people of all the issues, with the emphasis being on, let's be on the Lord's side. And he believes in justice, and he believes in righteousness, and he believes in fairness. And so fall on the side of those folks who subscribe to what the Lord believes. But we are definitely keeping our people educated about what's going on.
Thank y'all so much. I want us to take a minute to reflect a bit on what's unique about engaging in politics as people of faith. So first, in how faith practices offer particular forms of sustenance and wisdom that guide us in the work. And second, how our spirits grow and change as we engage the democratic process. So in other words, what's unique about doing this work as a faith leader and as a citizen of deep faith? And Reverend Rasmus, I'll invite you to respond first and then open the question up to the group. So the uniqueness of doing this as a person of faith, and how do you change when you're a person of faith engaged actively in this democratic work?
Well, I think I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, democratic with a small d.
Okay.
We're at the party. It's,
Well, I think the key is that the people of faith recognize that we have, as Pastor Suzette has said so eloquently this morning, we have a guiding principle. And those guiding principles aren't just limited to certain areas of our lives. We don't just limit those principles to our relationships, to our finances, to our vocations. We see that those principles are necessary elements in every aspect of our lives. And so as faith leaders, what we're inviting people to do is to simply, as she said so well, act on what you believe. This is the opportunity where we get to bring a bit of heaven into earth. When we work towards justice, when we work towards truth telling, when we work towards equity for all of humanity, when we work with those basic tenets that are present across faith traditions, all faith traditions in my mind boil down to love God and love your neighbor as yourself. I've not seen any of the faith traditions that excluded relationship with neighbor. And so faith gets an opportunity in the democracy to put some foot power. I like the way Dr. Freddie said, some fist power. We get to put our foot power to our faith in this opportunity of election season. We get an opportunity to stand in places where we can stand for what we've been saying we believe, some of us, our entire lives. So yeah, this is an opportunity to take faith forward one step at a time. Whether that means texting friends and loved ones, or it means posting on social media, utilizing whatever resources we have available to say, this is what my faith means. My faith says I am concerned about the widow. My faith says that I am concerned about the children who are being orphaned behind bars because their color has been demonized by a democracy. So we have an opportunity to make our faith foot power all the way to the poll.
And Carolyn, I want to include with Pastor Rasmus's comments, and I thank you so much, Juanita, for just kind of encapsulating, what it is to really trust God and follow after Him. We also have to include forgiveness.
Yes.
This whole idea of following after Christ. And so, I follow after Christ, and He gave us a whole life. He forgave humanity and gave His life for that. And I think within our faith communities, and I'm talking to people in the faith community, we again have to make a decision. Are we going to continue to hold grudges? At some point, we have to forgive so God can heal a wound. And I think this country is being shaken up. I believe the very foundations of what we believe in, who we are as a country, it is being shaken. I believe the Lord is allowing that to happen so that, as one of my sisters said, that we can wake up. I believe that was Juanita. So we can wake up and wake up to forgive and stop being so hateful. So Nia, I'm from Arkansas, so I'm just making it plain, all right? But I'm talking to the faith people. We have been so hateful, so vile, so rude, so dishonest, so deep deceitful, all of the things that are contrary to who God has created us to be. And we got to make some decisions, and we're really going to trust God to help us. Mm-hmm. Because we can say all these words, all these beautiful words, but if we're not willing to let the Lord use us to be these conduits of peace, we cannot do this on our own. We, outside of our faith in God, there is no way in the world that we can be kind and loving and generous. We have proven that over and over and over throughout history. And I believe the Lord is trying to get our attention and show us again that we need to include Him by the power of the Holy Spirit in order to accomplish these things that we are talking about today. We need a change. But what happens the day after the change occurs? Do we go back to our old ways of hatred and being rude and violent and hostile and mean? And I'm talking to church people. I'm talking to faith people. We are going to have to lead the way and demonstrate what it means to really love and to be kind and to be civil and to be fair and to be just. I know church people who have exacted injustice, have been unjust, who have supported the people, who divided families. What's that about? Don't get me started. Anyway,
that's why you're here.
Within the faith community, we have got to change our ways. And I want to read this, and I'm going to be quiet. 1 John 4 says, if someone says, I love God, and hates his brother or his sister, you know what the Bible says? It says, that person is a liar. Mm-hmm. For he who does not love his brother or sister who he sees every day, surely can't love God whom he doesn't see. Mm-hmm. We've got to stop lying to ourselves and each other. We've got to start following after the principles that have been laid down for us and ask the Lord to help us be those people who do bring about a loving change.
Mm-hmm. So thank you. So I was on another conversation last night on faith and abortion, actually. And one of the questions that got put my way was how I came to think on that issue, but more broadly, think about the relationship between my own faith and politics. And the conversation started with the host, Lisa Sharon Harper, talking about Kamala Mamala, talking about her own mother. And I immediately started talking about my own, because I think it is often true, right, that we're so shaped by other strong women in our life. Mm-hmm. So I want to invite y'all to think, and I'm going to put this to Nabila and then Reverend Dr. Haynes, but what is it do you think that is unique to what women bring, both in terms of engaging their faith in action in the political space, and also what do they bring to leadership? What does it mean to elevate women, and how do our politics change when we do that?
Yeah, so to elevate women means to elevate half of our population. To me, that women are, the issues that are women's issues are not women's issues, they're everybody's issues, right? So when we elevate women, we are bringing a whole different perspective, but we are bringing leadership that is sorely lacking, in the sense that folks have a way of looking at the world, and I think women have a certain different lens, and it brings more empathy. It brings more togetherness, more compassion. And we sure could use some more compassion right now. I know that when I'm around other women, especially in positions of leadership, we tend to back each other up more. We tend to help each other. And I don't know if all of y'all, I'm sure you did, but with the vice presidential debate the other day, when Kamala was just looking at the vice president in that way, I just felt so connected, because I knew exactly what she was going through. And that just doesn't seem to happen when there are women leading the conversation. I don't know what it is. Maybe it has something to do with our makeup. But what I do know is that if we get more women in power, we're going to see a different kind of leadership, a leadership that is going to bring us to a better place. I truly believe that. It's why I'm so excited to be part of the Democratic tent, because I know it's more open. I know that we have spaces for everyone that looks different, that comes from different backgrounds. And I'm excited to be part of this train. You know, one thing in my faith tradition that we have learned is that good work is always going to happen. So that work is going to continue. It's really up to you. Do you want to be part of that, or do you want to be outside of that? So for me, I want to be part of that. I want to be part of the movement that brings us to a better place. And you know, I'm so excited here to be with these wonderful pastors with their wonderful words, because these words are healing for everyone across the board, regardless of our faith traditions. Mm-hmm.
Wow, thank you so much. And I'll just add to that the wonderful insight from Dr. James Forbes that he got from his own mother. And he testified that when he was growing up, his mother, recognizing that they had a big family, but whenever there were guests or friends of the children to come to dinner, she always made sure that there was enough food for everyone at the family table. And they always went through a ritual, and the ritual involved, before they could say grace, they would have to account for everyone. And whoever had not made it to the family table yet, she said, we will not serve ourselves until we put a plate aside for them and keep it warm in the oven. She's leading the family in a ritual of inclusion. And Dr. Forbes said that taught him so much about what justice looks like, about what love looks like. And for me, it also speaks profoundly to what it looks like when women lead. Because when women lead, there will be loving inclusion. When women lead, we won't have children separated from their parents at the borders. When women lead, there will be no suppressing games played with the election. When women lead, there will be a profound sense of love and justice that informs our politics. And when women lead, the toxins that have, in a real sense, poisoned our politics with hatred that has been so brilliantly talked about earlier, I believe by Pastor Caldwell, when we have women in leadership, then love begins to take over. And when love takes over, we create a country that is truly the United States of America, as opposed to the disunited States of America. And so my hope is that women lead. As a matter of fact, as my beautiful sister just said right before me, just look at what happened with the debate this past week. Wednesday evening, to see Senator Kamala Harris in the face of toxic masculinity and arrogance maintain her composure. At times when she needed to say, "I'm speaking," she would take the mic. At other times, she would simply light up the country with her beautiful smile. And that's what women do. Women know when to firmly say, "I'm talking. Sit down and shut up." But at the same time, women can shine that scintillating smile of warmth and love that will let you know, even though right now you sound like you crazy, I'm still going to embrace you in all of your craziness and somehow bring some sanity to this discussion. So for me, what Kamala did on Wednesday night is a marvelous metaphor of what happens when women lead. Lead on, sisters.
Rev Rasmus or Rev Caldwell, do you want to hop in and add anything to that?
That was wonderful. I think we've just all said such a rich tapestry of what it looks like. And thank you, Dr. Freddie, for breaking it down so well. Because it's nice when a brother will put the cherry on the sundae we've been building.
You know, now I have to say this as a pastor. You know, God used a woman to introduce his son. There's something to be said about that. There were a myriad of ways that he could have introduced Jesus Christ, but he brought him through a woman. So I want to encourage all of our women. You know, we have so much to offer. We have always offered a richness that's needed in humanity, always. And it's great that we finally are getting this major national world platform. But I want to encourage all of our women, let's support our women. Because sometimes we as women don't always support each other when those doors are opening. And we see the doors opening again. And I just want to encourage women, let's trust each other. Let's trust each other. Let's give each other a chance. Just give each other a chance. And let's not make the judgments before we allow people women to demonstrate what they can do. I think some women will really be surprised.
Amen to that. And I feel like we should be offering Reverend Dr. Haynes a prayer of protection as he drives. I believe he is headed to Austin, is that right? In support of Crystal, who was arrested for voting as a felon due to her just unfamiliarity with Texas voting laws. Yet another incidence of voter suppression. And
Right.
do you want to say a bit about that for a moment and what it means to make sure that we are keeping these experiences centered?
Yeah, I really appreciate that. It's a classic example of voter suppression. Crystal Mason, she cast a provisional ballot that was never counted in the 2016 election. And not only was it never counted, but she was encouraged by her precinct chair to cast this provisional ballot. It's almost as if she was set up to be an example for what voter suppression would become. And so today, A number of us are going to Austin, and we are going to stand in support of Crystal, and we are asking the governor of the state to issue a pardon. We are making a moral appeal that the governor of the state issue a pardon. Let me say quickly about Crystal. Crystal Mason is a woman of character, a woman of faith. At the same time, she's a woman who recognizes her faith must inform her politics, and so she is an activist in community affairs. And this experience where she was sentenced to 5 years in prison for casting a provisional ballot when she was on probation, this particular experience that taught her much about how our political system in many ways does not work, or it can work to the disadvantage of those who are marginalized. And so we are supporting her today. And I trust that you will please keep her in prayer because, again, she was sentenced to 5 years in prison. I think all of us know that some of the friends of the president of this country have not served 1 day in jail, and they were found guilty of crimes. And so it speaks again to the double standard of justice that exists in this country, which is no justice. And so we're going to stand with this strong woman and at the same time make a moral appeal to the governor of this state to do the right thing.
Yes. Thank you, Freddie. We support you being there, and we're so grateful for you being there. Thank you, man. Traveling mercies to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we'll be praying. I wrote down Crystal's name, Dr. Freddie, and we'll be praying for her, praying that God will give her favor and release her from this injustice.
Yeah.
Right, please do. She's the backbone of her family, and she really harkens back to the old days when she takes in grandchildren, children, all living with her. And I mean, so she's really the strength of that family. And so we've appealed to the governor on her behalf, but also on behalf of her family. So I thank you. Please Google her if you're not familiar with the case. It's going to blow your mind that someone could get sentenced, and she's already served some time in prison for casting this provisional ballot. And it just blows your mind that we still live in a day where hatred is expressed through public policy. And that's what injustice looks like.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Haynes, and safe travels to you as you continue on this journey. And we'll hope today is a day of witness and safe witness as well. I am a veteran youth minister, 10 years in the field, no longer, but my back bears the scars of lying on so many flat surfaces on air mattresses, so many. Love them. It has me thinking about the fact that for a lot of women, the church is one of the first sites often that they have the opportunity to move into positions of leadership. And if they're well nurtured, right, that can lead both to the development of leadership skills that translate to other kinds of real world experience. It can mean elevation into the ministry. And I'm curious how y'all think about your relationship to folks in your religious communities as a space for nurturing women into perhaps political leadership or community leadership. How can we, those of us who are in faith leadership or those of us who are simply involved in faith communities, learn more about what it means, for instance, to hold local office, learn more about what it means to nurture and mentor folks into positions of leadership and women identified people into leadership in our congregations and then in our communities.
Well, I would just say that, the church has always been a place that has made, generically speaking, has been a place that has given people an opportunity to exercise their gifts. And those gifts have often taken them beyond the church walls. And so for me, my own ministry opportunity came because my senior pastor, Kirby John Caldwell, allowed me an opportunity to serve using my gifts. At the time, I was a stockbroker. And so I started teaching Bible studies on finances and how to budget and how to allow your finances to be in alignment with your faith, which is what we've been talking about. And so for me, as a leader in our community, in our faith community, I see my responsibility as being that of empowering the leadership within our faith community. And whatever that spins out into, whether it becomes politics or being a better leader in your home, however that shows up, my objective is to empower people to lead well, to lead in ways that, as Suzette has so lovingly and so profoundly said to us routinely, ways that align with the faith tradition that we are practicing and that we're believing in. I was thinking just this morning about Esther, the queen, who was not in, quote, leadership. She married into leadership, if you will, but she took her role when the time was needed, and she saw that her people needed a change in government, if you will, if you'll allow me to stretch the text in that way. And she called her people to be in alignment with her by fasting and prayer. Well, if you recall, she had an uncle, and her uncle's name was Mordecai. He raised her as a niece. He was actually her cousin. But the point was, he reminded her that she had a tradition that had made it possible for her to be in leadership for such a time as this. And so I think our faith community becomes a place where we can empower people to begin to practice leadership. And that leadership can move not only, as it's done for years now, moved into corporate America, but it can move throughout the political landscape of America. And we can begin to create a world where we can all live and where we can all claim the rights that have been inalienably laid out for us, but have been in so many cases restricted from us.
I come from a background where there are many immigrants. And when you come from an immigrant family or you're daughter of immigrants, growing up, I never knew that it was possible to be in politics. It wasn't something that was done. It felt like those folks were other. I didn't know that this was even a possibility. The one time I remember when I was a kid, I met my mayor, I was like, oh my gosh, the idea that this was something that was open to me was not even in my imagination. I am committed now to make sure that girls like me that are born know that that is a door available to them, because I didn't even know a door existed. And I want to help them open that door and help them get those skills they need in order to become the next generation of leaders. So we work on a program where we try to bring college students and get them to meet civic leaders, get them to meet politicians, try to get them, jobs as interns in various different office holders, offices, and it's been very rewarding. We need ethical leaders. So it behooves us, those in the faith community, to be part of the process of nurturing those leaders. We need that ethical pipeline to be ready to take over those reins of leadership. And so I don't think it's been part of our faith tradition so much, at least for women, but it is becoming part of it. We're seeing new people come up. We're seeing folks take their place at the table, and it is exciting. And I just want to make sure all of us are part of that, all of us in the faith community, because we have something important to add to the cultural fabric of our country. And it is so important that we just keep moving that forward. I didn't know there was a door. I want to make sure every little girl knows about that door.
Amen. I love that image of an ethical pipeline in the way that.
Wasn't that great? Oh, wow.
Isn't that great?
Excellent.
So we are almost at time. Here's what we know. We know in 2018, we ushered in a record number of women into elected office up and down the ticket. We know that women around the country issued quite a rebuke to this administration's policies in their voter turnout and in their election of Democratic candidates. We know that women poll as trusting Democrats on almost every issue. So we have some work to do. I know in Texas, we're Monday, first day voting, early voting?
Tuesday.
Oh, it's Tuesday? Okay.
Tuesday. So we have opportunities as members of faith communities to assist in making sure that people have what they need. So we want to make sure that folks know about Souls to the Polls efforts in their local community. Be sure to vote and make sure that you're voting up and down the ballot for Democratic candidates. And we want to encourage people to put our faith into action by using our voices and our vote to usher in this space, right? A beloved, all-inclusive community where our leaders are accountable. As we close, I want to see, what am I missing here? What else do we need to be mindful of? Those folks who are watching today, what should they be keeping their eye out for? What opportunities do they have to help bring victory over these next few weeks?
One of the things I'd like to say, I've been hearing this from a variety of sources, and that is make a voting plan. Expect that you need to bring a snack. Expect that you'll need to bring a bottle of water. Expect that you need to bring a folding chair. And that those, and I particularly say this for those who are not eligible to vote, particularly those who are still on paper for parole. I want to say to you, would you be willing to stand in line so that somebody who can vote can go to the bathroom? Because it's going to come down to very practical things. People are going to have to stand in line if they don't vote early. There's going to be a need for some kind of support. So you can be that support. Be the person that's driving folks to the polls. Be the person that's bringing your extra folded chairs and letting folks sit in the chair so that they can sit for however long. I think this is going to boil down to some very practical, basic things. So we've got to be thinking in terms of having a voting plan.
I think that's an excellent idea, and thank you so much, Juanita, for that. I just want to add too, people of faith, let's volunteer to work at the polls. Let's volunteer to work at the polls. That's going to be very important. I think that's a part of our civil engagement and responsibility. And Carolyn, I'd like to just end with saying, take your faith to the voting box. Take your faith to the box. And I believe if we all rally together, we will be able to make some changes, some real changes that need to occur. It is time for a change.
It is.
I was talking to someone who does a lot of election protection work, and he mentioned something. He said that the average poll worker in Texas is a 65-year-old white woman.
Right.
And because that is the average poll worker, that is the best way to really understand who it is easiest for whom to vote. So if it's 65-year-old old white woman, it will be easiest for another 65-year-old white woman to vote. So I agree, it's really important we get some diversity in the polling locations. My understanding is that to become an election worker, a lot of those positions have been taken. So what I'm actually focusing on is trying to get people to become poll monitors. So if you visit the Texas Civil Rights Project, they have a wonderful website, but they also have a number you can call, 866-Our Vote. And you can sign up to become a poll monitor. We know that this election is not going to, the other side is not going to win because they have more votes. They are going to win by suppressing the votes. That's the only way they can win. So it is up to us to make sure that everything that is happening in that polling booth is kosher and is right. And we need all eyes, we need help. So contact my friends at Texas Election Protection. They're doing really wonderful work. The election workers make it easiest for those that look like them to vote. Let's make sure that it's easy for everybody to vote.
Nabila, would you repeat that telephone number again, please?
Yeah, and I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
That's okay.
1-866-Our Vote, OURVOTE. And we're just pushing folks to become poll monitors at this point.
And we need all of our young people. We need all of our young people to come out and work this election. Be that poll monitor, be that poll worker, be that person that stands in line. Boy, I tell you, Juanita, that is a great idea, just to be there, to be a placeholder for people. Come on, young people. We need you to come out and help in this civil engagement.
Well, thank you all so much for your time. I want to thank our panelists, Reverend Suzette Caldwell, Reverend Juanita Rasmus, Nabila Mansour, and Reverend Dr. Freddie Haynes. As well, I want to thank Dr. Carla Brailey for making this possible, as well as Sarita Robinson and Shekira Dennis, who are working behind the scenes today to pull this wonderful event off. So thank you so much. We will see you at the polls.
Sometimes life can change suddenly, and you find it hard to even breathe. So used to being strong, now I'm barely hanging on. Gotta stand tall, or too many would fall. What would people say if they knew I felt this way? Then God gave me this refrain, and I'll never be the same. He reminded me that he would always be with us. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Lo, I'll be with you always. I'll stick closer than a brother. Be of good courage. Hold on, my sister, my brother. Be strong in the Lord. God is with us. Oh, yes, he is. I will not not leave you, no. I will not leave you. Jesus said, I will not leave you. I will not leave you. Neither will I forsake you. I'm a living witness. He won't forsake. He won't forsake you. Remember, God is with us. Even right here in the pandemic, God is with us. God with us. God is with us. Never alone, no, never alone. He promised never to leave me, never to leave me. God is with us right here, right now. God is with us, and He walks with me, and He talks with me, and He tells me I am His own, and the joy we share as we tarry there, none other has ever. God is with us. Ooh, God is with us.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis, Jr., speaking on behalf of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, the NNPA. This year marks the 193rd year of the Black Press of America. And I would like to note that our chair of the NNPA is the distinguished publisher to have Karen Carla Richards as our chair, as our leader. And as we now focus on the state of Texas, the issues of social justice, the issues of getting out to vote, the issues of racial justice, while we're all experiencing this pandemic of COVID-19, we also have an epidemic of systemic racism. And in Texas, looks like we have an epidemic of voter suppression. I don't know what's wrong with the governor of Texas by removing already a small number of boxes from the counties so that people can have a place to drop their ballots off after they do what a democracy requires, participate in the democracy by voting, casting their votes. So we want everybody not only to have the right to vote, we want everybody to have the right to make sure that their ballots are counted, to make sure that their ballots are not suppressed. So this is an issue. There's no greater social justice issue or racial justice issue today than getting this vote out. In particular, Texas. You know, the demographics have changed. Texas today is one of the leading multiracial, multicultural, multilingual, multi-ethnic societies across the state. And it's not that division, or it's not that the diversity is a problem. It's not a problem. Actually, inclusion and diversity are solutions. Everybody should be able to participate in the democracy. Everybody who's eligible to vote ought to be able to register to vote and to cast their vote. So GOTV is the greatest social justice strategy right now facing us in the state of Texas. And that's why on behalf of the Black press, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you who are gathered on this day from across the state of Texas to focus on these issues. But of all the issues you discuss, there's nothing more vital than getting out this vote. Will Texas be a red state or will it be a blue state? Some say it's already a purple state. But by the grace of God, I believe it will become a blue state. But we have to help that transition. Sometimes when we pray to the Lord, pray our prayers, we have to also be the instruments of the fulfillment and the answer of our prayers. So all of us are called today to work hard, not only to vote ourselves, but make sure we get everybody in our families to the polls, make sure that we get everyone we know to the polls, and to ensure that our votes are counted. And I would say that you got to pray for the governor of Texas. You know, he needs to repent. He needs to retreat. He needs to stop. He needs to relinquish all these tactics to try to minimize the vote, to suppress the vote in the great state of Texas. I believe that, in closing, that come November the 3rd, there's going to be a great day of reckoning in America. We have an opportunity to respond to all of these events that have happened recently in terms of systematic racism. We have an opportunity to respond. The best response to voter suppression is overwhelming voter turnout. We've got to let them know that's not going to work, and particularly it's not going to work in Texas. So once again, on behalf of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, thank all of you for gathering. Thank all of you for not only your interest, your time, your energy. Now let's work together. Let's have a great victory for freedom, justice, and equality. Get out to vote. All our votes matter. Black lives matter, as well as every vote matters today. God bless you, and thank you so much for listening.
En este año, el 2020, tenemos la oportunidad de transformar nuestro futuro político. Tenemos la oportunidad de elegir jueces que van a restaurar equilibrio y justicia en nuestros tribunales. Tenemos la oportunidad de arreglar los sistemas rotos que hacen daño a la gente más vulnerable. Tenemos la oportunidad de elegir jueces que tienen empatía. Si trabajamos juntos y nos unimos con una visión colectiva, podemos recobrar nuestro Estado. Vamos a ganar porque tenemos que ganar. Tenemos que parar el odio, la inaccesibilidad y el sufrimiento. Tenemos que asegurar que todos tengan las oportunidades de adelantar. Nuestra causa y nuestro movimiento tiene que ver con la restauración de la justicia y la expansión de la oportunidad para todos. No podemos llegar a esta meta a menos que trabajemos juntos. Si no trabajamos juntos para traer cambios permanentes a Texas, no podremos llegar al fin para continuar formando el movimiento más grande que hemos visto en Texas. Les pedimos que se unan a nuestra pelea histórica. Juntos vamos a crear un estado donde todos podemos tener una mejor vida para nuestros niños. Juntos salvaremos a Texas y en turno a nuestro país. Los invito a que se unan a nosotros. Muchas gracias.
Hi.
Hi, welcome everyone. We will be having our justice panel now. I am excited to introduce our host, our moderator, Sunny Messiah Giles, who will be joined by Vice Chair Dr. Carla Brailey, Dr. Cedric Alexander, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, Philonise Floyd, and Marian Tolan. Sunny, I turn it over to you.
Hello, welcome to the Why Justice Matters Part 1 of the Women's Winning Texas Forum. Why Justice Matters is why you need to vote to secure leaders that reflect what you and I think justice looks like. Well, we've seen, we've read, we've expressed our outrage about the killing of Black folks at the hands of law enforcement, and the list of names grows each day. Our guests today, they've already introduced. I would like to say a few words about each one of them, but in the interest of time, I am going to let them say something about their own background. With that, I'll start with the Honorable Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. I know, I heard her a few minutes ago. Sheila? There she is.
Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. Sunny, it's good to be with you. It's good to be with Cedric and Mr. Floyd and Ms. Tolan for this very important discussion dealing with the future of our country. And I'm delighted to join this great opportunity of dealing with the power of women. Women winning Texas makes a big difference for those who are about to cast their vote, either by mail ballot or early vote, October 13th, the last day you can vote in this 2020 election, November the 3rd. And as everyone is thinking, I believe it, that Texas can turn blue and elect the next president and vice president of the United States, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. That's why I am sitting here, to elect a new transformational government that will respond to all of what we have been saying. I had the pleasure of listening to a portion of the faith panel. They are inspirational and giving us guidance and knowing that we're standing on the wings and that there is much that we can accomplish. As we do that, however, I know that voters need to know not only values, but they need to know that we are doers. And I have had the privilege of serving on the Judiciary Committee and the House of Representatives for 25 years and passed major legislation from the Violence Against Women Act, the Voting Enhancement Act, to the reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act in 2007, to the early beginnings of the sentencing reduction and prison reform, juvenile justice legislation. But it is crucial that we realize that each legislative act does not stop us from the work that has to be done. And from the personal experiences of Marian Tolan and her family and the Floyd family, we know that our journey has not yet been completed. For that reason, it is crucial, again, it is without question that we're in a life or death election, because we have seen over the period of time that if we do not pull together, if we do not recognize that we cannot stack law enforcement against community, but in essence, we have to have community-police relationships to be able to enhance public safety, to reimagine policing, and to do the things that really improve the quality of life of police officers and save the lives of our community citizens. So I begin very briefly with the issues of police misconduct that has generated into the death of Eric Garner. And really early on in my years as a member of the United States Congress, the death of Abdou Diallo in New York in the 1990s, Sean Bell in New York in the 1990s. And then, as I said, Abdou Tamir Rice, Eric Garner, and then Trayvon Martin. I went to Florida and argued the case as a member of Congress before another political body, the county commissioners, and made the point that George Zimmerman was acting under color of law because he was allegedly a citizen patrol when that young man was killed. His mother is part of the Mothers of the Movement. And then, of course, Ahmaud Arbery, who again faced citizen patrols or citizen arrests and was killed. He might have been an electrician as he wanted to be. Breonna Taylor, of course, Elijah in Colorado, Sandra Bland, Pamela Turner. And then
Congresswoman, the list goes on and on.
And the list goes on. So if I might, in that list, we came, as I indicated, George Floyd with 8 minutes and 46 seconds, the pain that his family still experiences, generated, among other legislative initiatives, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which included the major legislation that I wrote, which was the Law Enforcement Trust and Integrity Act, and as well in racial profiling. But the major aspect of it is what we saw in the painful murder of George Floyd, the pain that the family still goes through, is the chokehold. And so we end the no-knock drug wars in terms of no-knock actions by officers, but we also enhance training, give monies to communities, and really build up on the reimagining of police. So this area is extremely important in a transformational look at government and transformational look at reforming the criminal justice system, but a transformational look at giving justice. So your vote is so crucial. I know there are questions about when will this pass and when will this happen? Do the best that you can in getting your vote out, and you will see an amazing response to the cries and the peaceful protests that we've seen over the last couple of months. So I'm delighted to be here to indicate that legislation comes from the action of votes, and voting is your voice and your power. We can change this system, and we can nullify the actions of white supremacists, white nationalists, the Boogaloo Boys, and the Proud Boys to no longer have this kind of response to a peaceful nation where we all want to live harmoniously together.
Thank you, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. The uniqueness of this group of people that have been gathered today is the fact that we have a lawmaker in the Congresswoman, a law enforcement officer in the Dr. Cedric Alexander, and two of the people whose families have fallen victim to what we call social injustice in the streets of America. With that, I'd like to introduce or give Dr. Cedric Alexander an opportunity to give a little background so that the audience has some context of who he is and the role he'll play in today's panel.
So thank you, Sunny, and I'd like to say good afternoon to everyone that shares this panel with me and those that may happen to be listening in or viewing in here during this Zoom experience that we all are having. But thank you very much for inviting me. Let me start by saying my career in law enforcement started 40 years ago, Tallahassee, Orlando, subsequently to Miami, where I spent a number of years. I left in 92, pursued a doctorate in clinical psychology. I worked as a clinical psychologist for a while in upstate New York, and subsequently became chief of police there with no intentions of any of that, but it's just how life happens. I went on to serve in the state government as deputy commissioner for criminal justice for the state of New York shortly after my tenure as chief of police in Rochester. And then I went on to Dallas, where I spent 5.5 years as the federal security director there at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, and then on to Atlanta, where I served as public safety director, chief of police at DeKalb County, which is part of Metro Atlanta there. And I got a phone call from the mayor of Rochester, New York, around early 2017 as I was entertaining the idea of retiring and returning back home. And I spent almost 2 years in Rochester as deputy mayor before returning back home to Pensacola, where I've been, will be 2 years in December. And even though I use the word retirement, I'm really not retired, if you will. I probably write just as much now, particularly a number of op-eds I've been writing either via CNN op-ed or either USA Today or some other newspaper or magazine or somewhere in the country, where I often write about reforms and taking interest in the things that are taking place that we all have grave concern about. And I'm working on a number of projects as well around police reform, some from a consulting perspective and some from a more personal perspective. I'm still very much involved with Noble, where I'm past national president, National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives. So a lot of conversation is being taken place about reform. I'm still writing about it. I'm still talking and lecturing a lot around reform. And I'm just really delighted to have an opportunity to share this space today with such a wonderful group. Thank you, Sain.
We also have two people whose families have been touched by social injustice, and they are Marian Tolan and Mr. Philonise Floyd, George Floyd's brother. With that, I'd like for Marian, only because in the sequence of time, yours occurred earlier, but we all know that Mr. Floyd's brother's death was a tipping point. Marian, as far as this panel is concerned, what are some of the things that you want to see changed as it relates to the social injustice that exists today?
Sonny, I've been to Austin on several occasions to go before committees to bring an independent prosecutor in cases where there's police indiscretions, whether it's a shooting, a murder, beatings. We have to start there, because the same thing that we just saw happen in Kentucky is directly related to that. Police are cannot be left to investigate themselves. They're not doing a good job at that. So obviously that task is too difficult. Now, where is the independent prosecutors coming from? I don't know, but we have to figure that out. Police protect police, just like mothers like to protect their sons. I mean, we want what's best for our kids, and we have a responsibility. We wouldn't be where we are today had not our ancestors did the work they did. So I would like to start there, but there's so much more that needs to be done.
So when you talk about there being so much more to be done, let me bring in Mr. Philonise Floyd. When you look at the impact of your brother's death and what you had to experience since that time, what are some of the big rocks that you think that need to be taken care of or implemented or changes made in order to have a fairer justice system where justice does matter?
My biggest thing is, first thing, we have to get out and vote the right leaders in. Without the right leaders, everything that we saying, nobody would care about it, because you have Republicans, you have Democrats. Everybody have their own way of thinking. So my biggest concern about everything, my brother passed away. The day he passed away, my anniversary when I got married was the day before that. My mom passed away on the 30th, 2 years ago. So immediately after his funeral, I didn't have any time to grieve. I went to Capitol Hill, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, Pelosi, Kamala. I met with everybody there. My thing is, They passed the Justice for George Floyd Act, and it's still sitting on the desk in the Senate. They haven't even tried to pass it because the Republicans, they own it basically. So as of now, I think we all need to just get together, get everybody out to vote. I was listening earlier when they was talking about helping people because they have people 65 years of age out there managing the polls and out there, so we can get young people out there that can vote. They can stand and pass water and stand, but people can go to the restroom, different things like that. But to me, the things that I have been seeing lately when I go places, a lot of people, it's like they're more encouraged when I'm in the neighborhood and I'm talking to them. And I always make sure I let them know, like, we need to have better policing. We need to protect our own neighborhoods. We have to have more community involvement. We have to do a lot of things because we have kids in the neighborhood. They need better meals. And, school buses, they're going to school in the past with the buses being hot. It's just, I think the older people understand what's going on, but it's the younger people that the battle is with because they really don't know. They just witnessed a cinema movie when my brother passed away that has really opened up the floodgates and let everybody know that this is real and there's nothing you can run from. You have to talk about it with your kids because the kids are the future. It's the next generation. The pain that I have, the pain everybody else is having, because people are just tired right now. And I'll talk to Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee a lot. She's just like my mom. And, she always talks to me about good things. And I enjoy her so much. And I'm happy that I had the opportunity to be on this call. And I really think the fact that some people don't have the privilege to vote, that's one of the biggest reasons they should get out and vote, because people who don't have the privilege, they can still help you. You can be a voice to help them. I'm just tired of just Black people being at the result of seeing another Black guy every day. Somebody's passing away. You see them on television. Some of these people their deaths didn't go viral. And it just hurts a lot. And I it's like every time I talk about it, I tear up, but it's a sad situation that we even have to have meetings like this. This is something that we shouldn't have to talk about. This should be life. We should all be able to walk together and join hands like Dr. King said. It's just not right. And I thank you all so much, but I'm wearing a hat right now and it's saying Black Men Vote organization. I'm out. I'm trying to take people to the polls. We have early voting. I'm be in Minnesota trying to get people to the polls. And the words of Sheila Jackson, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, I'm on the battlefield every day. And we got to keep fighting.
I think one of the reasons they have this particular event is because people recognize we got to be on the battlefield, but where the rubber meets the road, and you said it very succinctly, we got to get the right people in. And to do that, you have to vote. I'm going to turn to Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee because Philonise brought up the George Floyd Act and the legislation that's sitting in the Senate. You also look at the fact that Trump has stacked the deck with all of these judges that are now in the courts. How do you battle that, Congresswoman, when it looks like you've hit the wall?
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you're unmuted now.
Well, first of all, thank you to the moderator. And I was just so moved by both Marian and PJ. We really don't know what families go through. And I almost wonder whether the courts and the Congress understand what families go through when their loved one has been taken away from them in a manner that no one should have happened to them. I just, for a moment, Sonny, and I will answer your question, remind everyone about Marian and her son, and just be very clear that her son was driving his own car, minding his business, going home to his home, and seeing his parents when he was mislabeled, wrongly identified, and was brutally shot by an officer that has never paid the price for his actions. And when I say that, obviously in the criminal justice system. And the same thing with what all of the world saw when George Floyd, Big Floyd, I've come to know him like a brother, like I grew up with him, because there were so many people that confronted me with stories that they want. I had an airline pilot talk to me about being under the wings of George Floyd. I had a Federal Protection Service officer being under the wings of George Floyd. So this is the pain that they experience. But yet, as you said, in the United States Congress, Sonny, we passed this bill close to 100 days ago. It's so long ago, I can't remember, that we passed a George Floyd bill, first out of the House Democratic Judiciary Committee, or the Judiciary Committee, led by Jerry Nadler, myself, and Karen Bass, because our legislation are the anchors of this particular bill. Then we took it to the floor. As we took it to the floor, let it be very clear, it was a bipartisan bill. That means that Republicans and Democrats supported this legislation. And let me be very clear again, this is not a war against police. This bill is not a bill that is anti-police. This bill gives money to communities to help reimagine how we all do public safety. I'll stand on this bill just like I stand on the cops on the beat. That was a bill that just dealt with giving more resources for community or police community relationships. But in any event, we then sent it, and it had a big vote out of the House of Representatives. People were proud to vote for it. And then it went to the Senate. And here is the sheer shame of why we need people voting, why women need to vote, why men need to vote, families and young people need to vote. Because you cannot have the tail wagging the dog. You can't have the Senate wagging the people of the United States. The world saw us peacefully protest. Millions of people were on the street peacefully. And what I'm reminded most when I was walking with over 60,000 people in Houston is that mothers and fathers were strolling along children. Elderly people were walking as far as they could, young people and people of all backgrounds. So the Senate has been an obstructionist, to be very honest with you. Right. And frankly, those who are leading our state need to come on the bill. We know that a bill was offered by Senator Tim Scott. I know him. I know that he has good intentions. The bill just could not stand up to the George Floyd bill. And we asked him if we could work with him a little bit more, but they put the bill up and the senators, Democratic senators, knew that it did not have the teeth. It was not worthy of George Floyd's horrible passing, or even Robbie Tolan, who still suffers today, but is moving on with his life, and I'm so happy. But in any event, they objected to the bill, and they were able to kill the bill. So where it is now is it has the ability to pass, but there's one man who's not a Democrat, Senator McConnell, who we all need to say, pass the bill, pass the bill. But I think, as Mr. Floyd said, forgive me for wanting to call him PJ, and he knows as often I also call him because he looks so much like his brother. But in their grief, they're going across the nation, the Floyd family, and trying to get people out to vote. So here in Texas, I just think that's why I'm so excited, Sonny, about being here. And I know that this is about criminal justice reform, and I wanted to make sure I focus on that. But it is also for people to exert their constitutional power of voting to make a difference. And I want to finish on this note. I said it before, so pleased to see Dr. Alexander, but I want to finish on this note. the only way that we allow the spread of the pandemic of white nationalism, which generates criminal behavior, because as you well know, in Charlottesville, a young woman was criminally killed in that protest that they were having about Confederate statues. She lost her life in a criminal manner. She was murdered by a motor vehicle. But the point is, the way we stop the pandemic of white nationalism and white supremacy, and the same conspiracy of Boogaloo Boys and Proud Boys that were getting ready to criminally kidnap the governor of Michigan, is that we've got to vote. When we vote and have the kind of leadership that says, this is good and this is bad. The people of America are good. Boogaloo Boys and Proud Boys and white nationalism, white supremacy are not good, and police misconduct are not good. Then you can see America follows leadership, not like a communist country, but they follow good leadership. That's why I think this panel is so important, to give you all the knowledge who may be listening and viewing of what we need to do to make a difference. So it is the Senate, and then you have to have a president to sign the bill. If we move into the next session and we have a new president, we can immediately pass this bill with no changes, go to the Senate, they will pass it. And I could see the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act become law within the first 30 days of the new administration.
So speaking about justice and policing, Dr. Alexander, according to some reports, police have government protection, and there are laws that they operate under that are different than Joe Q. Public. Could you tell us about what some of those laws are and how do we change these laws?
Well, it certainly is a number of them. In many states, police officers have what they call the Police Officer Bills of Rights, which really give them more rights than the common citizens in context of their jobs and the performance, how they do them, and the behaviors in which they conduct themselves. For an example, in some states, you can be involved in officer-involved shooting, and instead of immediately being compelled to give a statement, you may not have to give a statement up to a number of weeks, which the average person may not have an opportunity to do. And the only way that you're going to change some of these laws that are written into state law, and there's a number of them that supposed to be there for the protection of the police, and that doesn't necessarily line up with what's in the best interest of the community at large. And oftentimes what will happen, citizens in any city USA will use a march up on their city hall, want to go talk to their mayors, their elected council people. But the reality of it is they really need to talk to their state legislators in their respective state, or whoever their state representatives are, because they're the ones who have to go to their state capitals. And they have to be the ones who lobby and attempt to address legislation around ways in which going to give more opportunities for people who live in those cities or in those states to feel that fairness is being warranted, not just to police officers in the performance of their duties, but also to citizens as well. Because one of the big challenges that are taking place today, and I've been saying this for a number of years, is that policing in this country is losing its legitimacy. And it's losing its legitimacy really just plainly means that people don't trust their police anymore. Going back to 2014, following Michael Brown, when then President Obama impaneled the 21st Century Task Force. I, myself, and 10 others happened to be part of that task force, and we were directed by the president to create a document that would be a roadmap, a GPS system, if you will, as to how to build relationships across this country with police and communities together. And it was a document that was held up, supported by the Obama administration, supported by the Congressional Black Caucus and many others. Many police departments, sheriff's offices across this country made attempts to employ some of the recommendations that were made in that document. But of course, a new administration came into play, and when then U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions took that document and pretty much just threw it in a garbage can. But now we're in this real funky place across this country where we have this continuing, ongoing distrust of police by community. And it's getting wider and wider and wider every day. And we're not seeing any appeal on the part of the current administration. They have no idea as to how to fix it. They can only inflame what is continually going on every day. But this is at a place of severe magnitude now, in a place that has become very dangerous to the fabric of this country.
Dr. Alexander, when you speak—
Let me just finish this point. Let me finish this point. But if you don't have a community that trusts the police, in which is supposed to be providing them safety, then we have a problem in this nation, and it's just not going to go away. I'm sorry, Sonny.
No, it's fine. I wanted you to finish your point, but you speak of trust and the fact that police officers, me having family members who are police officers, are sworn to protect and serve. When I listen to Marian and I listen to Philonise talk about their loved ones, the question that comes to mind is, when police are not indicted or convicted because of these loopholes, am I hearing you say, Dr. Alexander, where the change needs to happen is in the state legislature, that's where those loopholes that those police are able to get through and protect themselves, that's where the rubber meets the road?
That's one of what places where the rubber meets the road. But you also locally, yes, you got to go and you got to see what type of protections they have in state government. Don't wait till a shooting to occur to find out. You need to know that beforehand. You need to have your elected legislatures, state legislatures come to your community meetings, come to your church meetings and tell you what they are and what it is that they can help to try to do about it. But in addition to that, you also have to look locally, yes, in your mayor's office and your city managers and with your chief of police. Because a lot of times when they have negotiations, particularly around union contracts more specifically, what will happen, many things get bargained away by city mayors and city managers and chiefs of police, because when you start negotiating discipline, what it's going to look like, well, the unions are always going to be looking out for the best interests of their constituents. Elected officials are supposed to be looking out for the best interests of the citizens in which they serve. And oftentimes what you will have is what referred to as horse trading, if you will, of I'll give you this if you give me that. But unfortunately, what happens in those negotiations, sometimes, not all the time, sometimes the citizens end up with the short end of the stick, because politically, many unions, many FOPs across this country wield significant political power. They give to donations of elected officials legally. I'm not talking about anything illegal, legally. And it certainly does influence decisions that are made. So it becomes incumbent upon the citizens in these communities, because Minneapolis is a good city to take for an example. Many of the union stronghold of negotiations that they have gave over the year have been given over the years to the unions has been given away by the elected officials. And so in there lies a problem. So oftentimes you will hear what
you come back to who you elect makes the difference.
Well, not just who you elect, but also who you hold responsible once they are elected. Because when people are getting elected, they will tell you anything. But it's what people do, it's what they demonstrate over the next 2 years, 4 years, or 6 years of their service is what you're looking for. And that has to be demonstrated by their willingness to take action on things that the community bring to them as being important. We should not have to wait for the next George Floyd. What we should be doing is what you heard George Floyd brothers say, what you heard the Congresswoman say, and what you're emphasizing, Sonny, is that we're at this place in the next 24 days. If we don't get up off our duffs and vote, then I am going to be the first to tell you nothing is going to change. And it's going to be very difficult for it to do so unless we really get up and go vote today, and particularly in states like Texas and Florida that are red states. So it's what you're doing here today is great, but I got to overemphasize the importance in all of this that if we're going to say is that people got to get up and go vote, because all this won't mean nothing if people don't go vote on Monday or Tuesday or early voting or day of election, whenever. That's what's really important. And that's
early voting here in Houston starts on Tuesday, October 13th, and goes through October 30th. And then the actual election is on November 3rd. I'm going to shift gears a little bit and go to Marian and Philonise from the standpoint of the Defender recently did a story about in 2006, an FBI report warned of negative interactions between police and Blacks increasing due to white supremacist groups infiltrating local and state law enforcement agencies. There's a perception that the police are complicit with the vigilantes, the militia, the whole group of folks that come along as anti-African American, and even in some cases, anti-police. I want to know, Marian and Philonise, what, as you travel around the country seeking justice and telling people to get more active, what is your perception of those that you've encountered in the police department? Marian, I'll start with you.
The people in the police department, they want to stand on qualified immunity. They want to dismiss cases. Police officers are just doing their job. But what about the citizens? The citizens are just living their lives. They have a right. We have a right. We're born here to walk the streets. It's like until, which is so sad, until George Floyd's murder, no matter how much we talked, it's like they did not listen. They did not see it. They just could not imagine that Black and brown men were being killed for nothing. No matter how much we talked about it, no matter how much evidence we had. When we went to the Supreme Court, the judge dismissed our civil case based on qualified immunity, that the officer was just doing his job. Well, they didn't. I was advised, do not go. You're not going to win. Don't go. You're not going to win. I sold my house. It was that important to me to fight. It was important to me to fight then. It's important to me to fight now. We have rights in the United States of America. Black and brown people are not getting justice in the courtrooms of the United States of America. And I've talked to Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee about this. I want, and we're going to have to go above. It's not going to be just Texas. It has to be overall.
You're saying nationally, there needs
nationally.
To be. And I think that's what Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee is doing with the George Floyd Act. That
yes, it's got to be the new law. I mean, who's the Department of Justice? Okay. We all know that it's in a bad situation right now, but that's going to change because we're going to vote this seed out. I can say things the Congresswoman can't say. We're going to get that bad apple out. But it has to be nationwide. It has to be law. It has to be important. And we have to know these people who commit these crimes, who are police brutalizing our Black and brown men and women, what is their background? The first thing they did when they shot Robbie was they did a background check on him. Well, he didn't even have a parking ticket. So that didn't work. But we don't get the opportunity to do a background check on the officers. You know, these officers.
Marian, I think some of that is some of the legislation that Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee has put on the table along with colleagues. And one of the things I want Philonise to also talk about a little bit is with the killing of George Floyd, some people saw that as the tipping point. And they said that the policing system needs to be broken. And so I want to know from Philonise, what are some of the things that you think need to be broken, in your opinion, as it relates to the system of policing that we live under today? Do we still have him with us? Well, I'm going to pass that question to you.
Sonny, can I jump in and
please,
and say something for a second? And I want to go back to come to more recent comments. When we start talking about what are we looking for, and what do we need in police officers today. The reality of it is background checks are done. We check their credit record, we check their driving record, their criminal record. We get references from them and all those kinds of things. We got to go much deeper than that. And today, in 21st century policing, when we start talking about what kind of men and women we want to hire to service our communities across this country, U.S. citizens in your state, your city, wherever it may happen to be, you can have a great deal of influence in that at a local level and also at a state level. But here's what must happen. We must be able to start looking for men and women who want to be police officers, who want to be guardians to communities, not warriors, but guardians to the communities in which they serve. And whether they live in the city or out the city, to me, it really doesn't matter as much as where their heart is, not where they are physically, but where's their heart about whatever part of the community they wish to serve in. So we got to find men and women who have a compassion for people and understand the importance of diversity and how it impacts and the beauty of it in a nation and the communities in which we work. And then we have to be able to take those same men and women, once we look beyond the surface stuff of who they are, but find people who can give us demonstrated successes or where they have compassion for people other than themselves. And then we have to be able to train them appropriately. We got to go back and look at our training protocols in policing across this country. We got to look and to see things that we can get rid of and things that we can add. But it just doesn't need to be police at the table who are making these decisions. Citizens need to be at the table helping to make those decisions as well, because it is the community in which that is being served. We're not serving ourselves as police officers, we're serving citizens. So you got to have that joint interest. You got to have citizens in the community sitting at the table with subject matter experts around training and developing what is best for our men and women, because 80-90% of the work that they do is not running and gunning. It truly is out there gaining and developing and creating relationships in communities in which they serve. Are there bad actors in the world? Are there people out there that we may have to confront? Yes, it is. And we can train our men and women to be able to protect themselves and to protect us. But we also have to acknowledge that the greatest majority of the work that they do is really around community service. And those are the things, just a few of the things that we have to do. And I don't want to take up too much time here because there's much more I can say about this, but I'm going to stop right there.
Well, as we prepare to close, I'd like for each person, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee going first, to give us some closing remarks, particularly tying the relationship between voting and social justice and criminal justice, or as our panel is named, Justice Matters. What is the correlation or message that you have for this group between Justice Matters and going to vote?
Yes, Sonny, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Because I can't see anything. I'm hoping that your beautiful faces are still there. Let me say, first of all, what a outstanding panel this has been. Thank you, Sonny Messiah Giles, for this leadership. And thank you to Dr. Carla Brailey, Linda Brown, and the whole team and the Texas Democratic Party for this enormous leadership. Dr. Alexander has really captured a number of points along with Philonise, Floyd. Thank you Brother Floyd. As I said, even in his pain and his family's pain, he is on the road in states across America, getting people out to vote. And for Marian, I have seen her for years, getting people out to vote. And not only that, in fighting for these changes, and making sure that we as Americans benefit from her pain, but that we get better. So I think what I'd like to say is build on Dr. Alexander's point about training and recruiting and the terminology of all during the debate about the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. We indicated that these actions, these murders would not have happened if the police had the mindset of being guardians as opposed to warriors, being guardians as opposed to militia. The militia in Michigan were going to do something ugly, violent, kidnapping a governor. The militia is a term used for the early beginnings of this nation when we did not have a stand-up military, and it was a militia was Tom, Dick, and Harry with guns fighting the British. And so that is not America today. And America should be the kind of mosaic, because a melting pot means you deny who you are. It is a mosaic where everyone is given dignity. And in the course of law and order, which I will never accept the fact that we are a lawless community, we abide by law and order, but that law and order must be with mercy and justice. And it must be, again, with the individuals trained against excessive force, against escalation, against not doing or intervening when some officer is doing wrong. So if we look at this, we can say all of us can be participants in a harmonious community that will emphasize voting to change state government, state legislators, meaning that at this table will be individuals that are both law enforcement, community, sociologists, psychologists, faith community, and many others, to be able to build that very important community that Dr. King spoke of, the promised land. What we're in the midst of now is voting and the opportunity to vote. In that voting, you pick those elected persons who won't sit in the Senate and block bills like the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. And you also will have an administration where the Attorney General will acknowledge that white nationalism, white supremacy, white Nazism or Nazism here in the United States are the most serious and most prominent and number one domestic terrorists. And domestic terrorism generates criminal acts. So if you want the truth, if you want a bright light in a different day, then you need to make sure that you do what is most important, what we're on this line for, and that is voting, and then oversight over your legislators. But if you have someone with good hearts, good intentions, and the intellect, you will see the kind of legislation that we've had, the Violence Against Women Act that I wrote, or the reform of the juvenile justice system. I'm closing on this note. I'm out giving out food. I'm just getting ready to do another food distribution. We did one this morning. And in the course of hearing about the people in line, an altercation started up between people in line about food. Well, who was called? The police. Now, I was concerned that the two ladies that were in this altercation, which really need intervention, need social service programs so that that would not happen, that they would not be arrested. The good news is that they were not arrested, that the altercation, they were separated and not arrested. This is what we need to be looking at. One, not only do we need police, but we need social services to change the lives and hearts of people who are impoverished, who are stressed, and who need support. And we need to take funds out of massive tax cuts and skewing our dollars to investing in the American people. We invest in the American people, we'll have a police departments across America that are well-trained, well-paid, well-educated, and reimagined, and we'll have a society that can find goodness in each other and the betterment for their children. I think that's what I hope that we'll find in this course. Dr. Alexander, it was a pleasure to be with you. Marian, wonderful to honor you for all that you have done and all you've gone through. I am a great admirer for your courage. And to PJ and to the family, to Philonise, and the family. You are the iconic flag bearer for change in America, and we will be forever indebted to you and grateful. God bless. Thank you all. Thank you, Sonny, very much. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Marian, I'm gonna let you give some closing remarks, and then I think Philonise is no longer on the call, and so as a result, we'll go from Marian to Cedric with your closing remarks. Marian.
Thank you so much for inviting me to this call today.
I don't know how to turn this.
I am very hopeful. I've been in this walk almost 12 years now, and I'll continue to be in this walk until true change comes. We have to acknowledge the practices and policies that these police departments are having, but we cannot let that discourage us from our fight. We have to vote. We have to be involved. No longer can individuals sit home and see this on TV and think that it doesn't affect them. It affects us all. It affects us all. When I see another mother who's lost her child for some senseless, all we want is to be treated like everybody else. Black and brown people are not getting justice in the courtrooms. Treat us like you would the white. White people don't have a problem getting justice. So we have to keep fighting. We have to keep working. We have to keep believing. We have to keep trusting. And I do a lot with talking to other mothers, just encouraging them that we can make a difference. We can make a difference. We're going to join forces. We're going to vote, and we're going to insist that the people in office are helping us. And I took some great notes.
Marian, I think your main message, though, is like you said, vote and then hold those that we vote into office accountable. And with that, I'm going to piggyback off a comment that you made, but I've heard Dr. Alexander say Black Americans are being killed for who they are and not what they've done. So with that, Dr. Alexander, will you take us out on your comments as it relates to Justice Matters?
Yes, ma'am. And I think the most important thing that we can do at this very moment in time and space that we're in, around all these issues around police reform and reimagining police, whatever adjective it is that we may want to use. I think what's important here is that we get out and vote. That's the purpose of this program this weekend and next weekend is really to encourage those and let that same fire that's got people angry and upset and sad and frustrated. I mean, that's the same energy we're going to have to turn into fuel to get us to the voting booth. And we got to go vote. At this very moment, there have been individual celebrities and communities across the country who have put up their own money so that even those that are coming out of jail and prisons who still owe money to the state, they paid their debt so they can go vote. And I would hope more than anything in this world, even right here in this state of Florida, for those debts that have been paid by the LeBron James and others, is that they will make it a point to go out and vote. If we don't vote, then we should not complain about what is coming down the pike. We got to go vote. We got to do everything that we can. We can't have a replay of 2016. And I think not only people that are Democrats are seeing that, there are those that are Republicans beginning to see that. But it's going to take an effort for all of us to do so. So we can sit here and we can talk all day long about the injustices that take place. But at the end of the day, it really is about us getting out and voting. And if I could ask one thing in closing also, Sonny, if you would please forward to the Congresswoman the last two op-eds I wrote. One I just wrote for USA Today last week in regard to Proud Boys, following that debate, that horrible debate that we saw between President Trump and Vice President Biden, who attempted to be, and unfortunate for him, he couldn't be the type of debate he would like for it to be, and even American people would like for it to be. But the remarks that night that still resonate with me, stand back and stand by. If that doesn't motivate you to get up and go vote, I don't know what will. But if you can forward her that piece from USA Today, I've sent it to you, and also the other piece I wrote for CNN op-ed.
And both of those are online for those who are listening to this program. Right. You can access both of those editorials via Googling USA Today and CNN. They're very good editorials.
And you put my name in there. Yes. And if you would send that to the Congress, if you send those two to the Congresswoman for me, because I don't have her address, I would certainly appreciate it.
If you don't understand, audience, why it's important to vote, and I know most of you are probably voters, but if you can communicate to others that it's the DA who has to prosecute, it's the judge that you're electing that has to try the trial, it's the state reps and state senators who make the laws that protect the police and protect you, and it's the senators and the Congress people who you're voting for, who also determine whether a George Floyd Act is passed or not. So your vote strategically impacts your life and the life of those who we know not will be ended because of some injustice. So with that, I'm delighted to say I've enjoyed today's program and the honor of serving. I invite you to pick up a Houston Defender or to go to defendernetwork.com and experience Houston's leading Black information source. Thank you, Carla Brailey and the Texas Democratic Party for the opportunity to moderate this panel.
Thank you, Sunny, and all of our incredible guests for joining us. This was such an important and necessary conversation. And with that in mind, especially given that this event is, Women Winning Texas, highlighting the work that women do to get folks elected to make sure that our communities are representative of us and protect us, I want to make sure that we uplift and honor Breonna Taylor's family and her memory. We recently got a really big blow in her case, not getting the justice or really the accountability, right? Justice is she would still be here, but the accountability for the folks involved in her murder. And I'm going to, for the folks watching at home, I will share a few links on how you can get involved specifically with whether it's Breonna's case, the George Floyd Act, as well as, as Sunny said, it's not just these big pieces of legislation, it's also the individuals who determine what happens when we unfortunately are in these situations, the individuals who determine who gets hired on police forces that are the folks involved in these murders and these events. And so I want to make sure that my folks watching at home, especially those who already might know who they're voting for and have their voting plan, talk to your friends, talk to your family, talk to the people in your lives who maybe don't already know who they're voting for, and make sure that they're informed and that they have a plan. Go together, go in groups, and make sure that we are turning out every single voter that we can so that we can elect officials and we can pass laws that actually protect our community and serve all of us instead of just a few. We're going to take a quick break here, and then we'll be back with our next panel. Thanks, everyone.
Hey everyone, I'm Angela Rye. Welcome to the first ever Women Winning Texas Day Party. It's my honor to join such incredible women on this virtual stage tonight, since as you all know, Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. We're here today because we know that when we save Texas, we save the entire nation. With its 38 electoral votes, Texas voters have the power to single-handedly block Donald Trump's path to the White House. I don't need to tell you all the reasons why we must vote this man out of office, because there are many. And as you already know, we're living through it each and every day. In order to save Texas and to turn it blue up and down the ballot, voters must turn out and female voters must be more mobilized than ever before. Call your friends, tell them to find a convenient place to vote at mytexasvotes.com. Make sure your family members have their voting plans all figured out. Do not wait until the last minute. And do whatever you can to bring your community together, because turning Texas blue is going to require every single one of us getting out the vote. Thank you so much for all you do each and every single day. Thanks for having me here today. I look forward to celebrating getting Donald Trump out in November and having the first Black woman vice president ever in this country's history. Congratulations to all of you in advance. Please make sure you're voting up and down the ticket. Thanks so much.
We, the people of the United States,
in order to form a more perfect union.
These words have guided our nation through the perils of history and the progress of society.
Right now, the very cornerstones of our democracy are at risk.
Justice is on the ballot this year.
Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg showed us how to fight for something bigger than ourselves.
No one should disparage her life's work.
Nor should anyone exploit the death of an American hero to undermine our democratic institutions.
Justice is on the ballot this year.
We stand on the shoulders of Justice Ginsburg.
From the United States Supreme Court
to the Texas Supreme Court.
When we restore fairness and balance to the Texas Supreme Court,
we will uphold the U.S. and Texas constitutions.
We will preserve our democracy and balance the scales of justice.
We will fight to ensure
that every single person,
regardless of their race, ethnicity, orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status,
has equal justice under law.
Justice is on the ballot this year.
The Republicans of the Texas Supreme Court
have time and time again put power over people, stripping Texans of fundamental rights.
Almost always, there is a right and a wrong side of history.
And by staging a power grab hours after the death of Justice Ginsburg, Republicans have shown exactly which side they're on.
Justice Ginsburg fought until the very end.
And now it is our job
to carry on her fight.
Justice is on the ballot this year.
Hi, I'm Tina Knowles Lawson, and I'm coming to you with a very special message. As you know, I'm a Texas girl, and I'm here today to support Women Winning Texas. They are toasting the ticket in a virtual day party across the state, celebrating women candidates up and down the ballot. It's a great idea, guys. And to join in for this worthy cause, look at the bottom of my Instagram and I will give you all the details on how you can join in. And whatever you do, get out and vote, guys, like your life depends on it, because it does. Right now, it really does.
what you need. You know I got it. All I'm asking is for a little respect when you come home. Hey, baby, when you come home, mister, I ain't gonna do you wrong.
Hey, Mimi.
You don't. I ain't gonna do you wrong, 'cause I don't wanna. All I'm asking is for a little respect when you come home. Baby, when you come home, yeah. I'm not forgiving all my money. And all I'm asking time, honey, is to give me my promise when you get home. Yeah, baby, when you get home. Yeah.
They're saying that the DJ isn't showing.
Oh, sorry, y'all. Sorry.
Shout out to Women Winning Texas 2020 Day Party. We have Superstar that's joining us. We are partying right all the way to the fall. Well, not today, October 13th, first day. Coming up shortly will be our interview with our Texas heroes, Beto O'Rourke. So while you're joining and listening to some great music, just wait, because we have even more for you today. And don't forget, we'll be back here next week the same time for part 2. Thank you, Superstar. If you're joining us, we're still going strong with our Women Winning Texas 2020 Election Day Party, Texas Democratic Party. I'm Carla Brailey, serving as Vice Chair. And so we will continue our program shortly. Joining us will be one of our Texas heroes who we admire so much, Mr. Beto O'Rourke. DJ, you can keep going. I think he's joining us now, so you can maybe give us, do you have like, who's the man with the master plan? I don't know, that take us back.
I know, look, I can't. Who's the man with the master plan?
You know, if I could sing, I probably wouldn't be on here today. But while we're waiting for Beto to join us, let me just say thank you. Today is just a wonderful day that we were able to raise some amount of dollars. My knowledge right now, I think we're over maybe about 42,000. And we set out to do that so that we can continue to do constituency outreach. We also focus on the funding part, but this allows us to really push out the message of why we cannot stop at the top, but we have to vote all the way through the ballot. We know how important it is to go through the ballot. So while straight ticket is not an option, the option is that we can start from the top of the ballot and literally vote for Democrats up and down the ballot, whether it's a D on your ballot, whether it's DEM for Dem, whether Democrat is listed. You will have that next to all of our candidates' names. I want you all to know that we have the capacity, the ability to flip the House. We need 9 seats, and we have 9 fabulous women candidates who are running. Justice is on the ballot. We have a number of Black, not just Black women, but women across the board who are running in local races, but also in our Supreme Court justice races. And they may be joining us when we have some conversation ending the program today with our women leading the way panel. I see Audrey, Silvia will be joining you all shortly. I see Royce is on as well. But I just want to tell you all, if you have not given and you're able to give, please do so. We're doing mailers. We're doing things that we have not actually been able to do in the past because of the resources we have now. We have a fabulous team. Sarita, I just want to say thank you. She's working 24/7 all the time. Hannah is in the background. You may never see her face, but she is constantly working, looking to see what may be missing. She's our tech person, our script person. She is just the woman. And so that's also what I wanted to take some time to do too, to just highlight the women that are on TDP staff. You all are just, I mean, on top of Manny and Cliff, they do a substantial amount of work, but even their backbone is Claire. And so thank you so much. Just so you know, the secret is out, you all. We promised that we were going to have the biggest party ever, and we're doing that. We have now joined forces with the state campaign with the Biden campaign. So yes, we were here this weekend, but we're going to be right back. We have surprises. One of them I'll tell you may be Cecile Richards, the other may be Pelosi. I'm just saying that it's just a couple that are going to be here next week, and we're going to have some artists, and we're going to do this like we have never done before, because ain't no party like a Democratic Party, because a Democratic Party don't stop. And we're not stopping until we turn Texas blue. And we're going to do that. We're going to do that with you all. Don't forget, when you're out there phone banking, when you're out there texting, know your vote plan. Commit to vote 5-point plan. When you're voting, where you're voting, how you're voting, when I say when and where, and then also who. It's important that you vote, but it's important that you go find others who will be voting for you. That is very important. Know your why story. This is our future. This is not only our present, but it's our future. So it is so important, you all. This is the most important. I would say, I don't know if that's fortunate or unfortunate that we're in this situation. This will be the vote of our lifetime. And I need for you all to remember this. Texas is not a red state. Texas is not a Republican state. Texas has been a state that we have not voted like we can. And that's what we're going to be able to do today. Because not just, or I should say this season, because it's not just Texas Democratic Party working. It is all of us working. We're going to win this state locally. We're going to win this state because we're going to go to precinct by precinct. We're going to go block by block to ask the questions. We're going to ask people. A lot of times people say, well, I didn't know to vote. No one asked me to vote. But this is what we're doing now on a grassroots level. So with that being said, how are we, Sarita? Are we ready? Are we ready? All right. I did my little spiel today just to make sure the last minute push. Something came out today too that I just wanted to say, hey, it is okay. The saying is pink is powerful. There's power in pink. And I'm just going to say, maybe we should consider wearing our pink shirts and our blue Converse to the polls. I'm not putting any pressure. I'm just saying with Kamala being, we know that she's a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. And I've told people while I am a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, I don't mind if I have to wear pink every day up until November 3rd. Audrey, I see you doing that oops sign. So ladies, let's consider putting our pink on. So everybody will know when we're at the polls, they'll know who we are at the polls to vote for. All righty, Sarita, you want to introduce us to whatever's next on?
I would love to. And yes, everyone, get your pink, get your Converse, whatever you need to get you to the polls. Now I am very excited to introduce someone who has done a lot of work here in Texas to make sure that voters are prepared and ready to turn out. I would like to welcome the one and only Beto O'Rourke.
Sarita, thank you. And I want to thank you and Hannah and everyone at TDP for the work that you all are doing. You all make us so proud. And I'm just not seeing this level of organization, this level of resources, this level of outreach in my life. from the Texas Democratic Party. And it has everything to do with the staff and everything to do with the chairman and the vice chair. Dr. Carla Brailey, folks, you all probably know this. If you know Dr. Brailey, I have been on as many political and campaign Zooms in Texas as it is possible to be on. Dr. Brailey is on more. She is organizing, connecting, getting resources to candidates, reaching out to voters who have, and she alluded to this, who have been intentionally suppressed or marginalized in the past. She is intentionally making sure that they are brought in and connected and turning out to vote. And when you see, in 2018, in large part thanks to Dr. Brailey, we saw the biggest midterm turnout in Texas since the year 1970. That is nothing compared to what is possible in 2020 in a presidential election cycle with TDP firing on all cylinders the way it's doing, with Dr. Brailey's extraordinary leadership right now. And this today, Women Winning Texas, is a great example of what she's doing all over the state. I want to thank her, the host committee, the honorary chairs. I mean, everyone who's on this call, everyone who's making this moment possible in Texas. I got to tell you all, I am so fired up. And it's funny because these days are so dark. The struggle is so intense. So many of our fellow Texans suffering, having lost a family member to COVID, having lost a job due to the worst recession since the Great Depression, having a hard time putting food on the table and feeding themselves and their families. And as hard as that is, and it is incredibly hard, we are the answer to that. These candidates that we're supporting are the answer to that. We get these folks, these women, into positions of public trust and power, and they become the answer on the public health crisis of our day, on addressing jobs and economic growth, and making sure that this economy really works for everyone, confronting climate before it's too late, addressing police violence and criminal justice right here in Texas, and making us a national leader on these issues. These courageous women who have put themselves, their families, their friends and neighbors out there for the greater good of this state and all of us, we need to get behind them with all that we've got. And so I'm so proud and grateful to be able to join Dr. Brailey in doing this today. Looking forward to the conversation, and just want you to know the profound gratitude that we all have for all of you and what you're doing right now. So thank you.
Beto, words cannot express how delighted, how proud we are of you as Texans, and I'm sure really in the nation. You were able to do something in the state of Texas in a campaign that really, I don't know, had it ever been done before. And if it had not taken place when we were so advanced technologically with access to digital. And I want you to talk a little bit. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for that, because I always say that oftentimes we don't see it, that it's not just a candidate running, but it's the candidate running with his or her family. And so you put your family out there, and you made sure that what you may have not known, that you studied, and you wanted to make sure that you met people where they were, and to the degree so much that you actually physically went to these areas, some of them that had never been touched before. So thank you for that. And in saying that, if you can talk a little bit about what you were able to experience and how that then impact what you're able to do even now in this particular election.
Well, one of the things that stands out, especially with the benefit of hindsight, Dr. Brailey, is you hit it right there. You know, the campaigns are not so much about the candidates, but the people who comprise the effort. And that's going to be the candidate and their family for sure, but all of those hardworking volunteers and precinct chairs, many of whom, as you rightly say, have been struggling in the wilderness without the benefit of additional resources in years past, without candidates running up and down the ballot in their communities and counties. And yet they're the ones who kept the faith, did the work and the outreach, and made what we all did together in 2018, what we're all doing together now in 2020, so possible. And you add to that the caliber of the candidates that are running right now. And it is just so beautiful when I look at the slate of state house candidates, for example, or congressional candidates, and to see how many are women, how many are women of color, how many are Black women in particular, in a state that, as we all know, for the last 144 years, has done everything within its power to stop some Texans, especially Texans in communities of color, from being able to vote, much less run for office, much less win elections and hold power. And the fact that that is changing right now in this year, I think that's where the power in this state is. And if I look back on 2018, I mentioned all of us together producing the greatest turnout since 1970. That had a lot to do with those down ballot state rep candidates, county commissioner candidates, those judicial candidates in Harris County who shocked the world, 17 African-American women winning those races in 1 year alone. That's really what has got me smiling and optimistic, despite the president, despite our governor, despite some really awful things that are happening in this country right now. So that's what I'm excited about.
And you just continue to be there. Not only are you accessible, but you're just full of, great information. I wonder, is it anything that you can share with some of the women who are running right now? That we're almost there, and we know that this can be a very difficult time as a candidate to just keep going, right? More than the adrenaline that you have really can't even be identified at this point. But what words could you share with them to just kind of take them to the finish line?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I talked to Elisa Simmons, who's one of our great Democratic nominees for State House in Arlington in North Texas and Tarrant County. She's making the phone calls. She's knocking on doors, and she's doing it, safely at a distance, being respectful of people and maintaining the public health. But I think she gives us an example of not wanting to have any regrets on the night of November 3rd, to look back and know that you did everything within your power. As you just said, you sprinted through the tape and made us all proud with the effort, expanding the electorate, energizing voters, and reaching out to them where they are, by phone, by text, in person at their doors, if you know that you can do it safely. I would say that we are so close. 24 days. I mean, it's amazing because Dr. Brailey, you've been working on this for so long. Texas Democratic Party has been organizing for so long, and for this to be this close. And I mean, tell me if you've seen in the last 20 years Democrats positioned to win up and down the ballot like this. It is close, but it's not gonna happen by itself. We all have to give that last sprinter's push through the tape and across the line, and that's all of us. Certainly the candidates, but I want those candidates to know that we all have their back. We're going to do a 1 million voter phone bank on Monday, and folks like Oprah Winfrey and Stacey Abrams and Willie Nelson and Andrew Yang and Julian Castro and Bernie Sanders, just kind of a really an amazing lineup of hosts for that, are going to help raise the volunteers to make the phone calls and talk to Texas voters on the eve of early voting and urge them to make a plan. And I heard you saying that at the outset, Dr. Brailey, making a plan, know what day you're going to vote, what polling place you're going to go to, what hour you're going to go to, and then once you've made that commitment, follow through, hold yourself accountable for that. I want all those candidates to know that we're all going to do everything we can to support them, and we expect them to do everything that they can to win this.
Well, I'm sure Cynthia and Amy didn't know I would probably ask this. Talk about a little what it means to have women that not only work for you, but they work with you, and almost just as hard or hard, because oftentimes we serve as staffers, but our voices are never heard, our faces are never seen, but yet the candidates look so clean. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I've been so lucky. The last two campaigns I ran were managed by women who In the Senate race, a woman who never really been given an opportunity to lead at that level, and who did such an amazing job of helping to organize all of us and to work with other candidates and campaigns and organizations. And that just shows me the power of making sure that I get out of the way sometimes and allow those who may not have had the shot before to step up and show us what they can do, and very often to amazing positive effect. And I think, again, Dr. Brailey, you know, I think we're so used to, when we look at the halls of power, I think about the composition of Congress or even the state legislature in Texas, it is white men, by and large, overly represented, right? Given their share of the population. To see so many women running right now, not just managing the campaigns, not just, as you said, the support team, but the candidate herself. I got to tell you, I take immense pride in that, and it leaves me feeling very optimistic for our future as a state. And if we could take a snapshot of the Texas legislature in 2010 and then a snapshot after this election in 2020, the difference that we will see just in 10 years will describe the fruits of our labor, what we were all able to make possible together.
Well, I have to ask you this question. We have a number of hosts that made this happen today. I would say all of their names, Beto, but it's been such a blessing because I think we're almost, with our host and honorary chair committee, almost like 40 women that helped to make this happen today. And we raised over $40,000 for this event. And I'm asking this because we didn't get to see Kamala today. And, you know, not only just the entire nation probably wants to hear from her, but you can only imagine the host was just, you know, I wish we could just hear from her. She could just drop in. And so we not necessarily hear from her today. We had a faith video from her, but you were able to be on the trail with both her and Joe. And I know from your experience, I think you may have found a friend. Can you just give us some insight of something that would be good for us just to know about our next vice president and president, of course?
Well, one of the things I love about her is she is so serious about the task at hand, obviously so thoughtful, so intelligent, so driven. And yet she does not take herself overly seriously, and meaning that she can crack a joke. She can crack a joke at her own expense. She can lighten the mood. I remember we were each about to address one of the early primary states, state conventions in New Hampshire. And, I think Senator Harris had just been on stage, knocked it out of the park, did a great job. I was about to go on stage and address all the delegates. And, I'm in my suit and I'm kind of nervous. And I'm thinking through, how am I going to use these 6 minutes? And some young students came up to take a picture, and they all got around me right before I go on the stage. And then Kamala Harris jumps in to photobomb the picture and like cracked us all up and really made me relaxed going. I was so nervous to go onto that stage, just like made me realize I don't need to be taking myself seriously. And I just need to connect with people the way that Senator Harris is able to do that. She called me, by the way, a couple weeks ago, and this is a testament to her character and her willingness to reach out to folks. One, to check in, see how Amy and I were doing, but also she is genuinely curious about what is happening in Texas, what you and this host committee and others and these candidates have made possible. I mean, what we are doing is resonating beyond the borders of the state, to the point that she's calling in saying, is this what I hear true? Is this really happening? And I was so happy to be able to tell her, yes, it is. And let me tell you why. And I just urged her, I said, you have such a big map in which to compete, so many close battleground states, but Texas will turn out for you. We love you here. We love Vice President Biden. We have, and I've talked about the TDP and what you all were doing. I said, we've never been organized or resourced or energized like this, Senator Harris. You all got to come see this. And so, to see her husband come down to the Rio Grande Valley last week, to know that she might be visiting the state, and Dr. Biden's going to be here on Tuesday. these are all really, really good signs. So she's a pretty special person, and probably like the rest of the country, I was so proud of her at that debate. The way that she defined the terms of the issue, held Mike Pence and Donald Trump accountable for the deaths that we've seen, for the loss of jobs that we've endured, and satisfied any concerns that anyone might have about whether or not she's ready to be the commander-in-chief. She is absolutely ready to do that and proved it to us. So really proud of her.
And I thank you for that. There's so many issues that have come out in 2020, and we've lost a lot of great people that have given so much to our nation. And you learned a couple lessons along the way, both as it relates to oppression, racism, discrimination. And, I can only imagine how much you had to prepare to run both for Senate and as a presidential candidate. Can you talk to us a little bit about even as a party and in our outreach, what are some of those issues that we really need to make sure that we address, that we can meet people really where they are, that sometimes the word politics is just a word that people run from, but how do we do it in a way that we really touch it in a way that people understand we're trying to fight for them to have a fair shot?
I think, again, I tried to describe this at the outset. I think you're the best example of this. The outreach that you've done and the people that you are trying to connect with who may wonder whether they're supposed to vote or whether this system cares about them or wants to include them or hear from them at all. For them to be touched, Sarita organized this amazing series of phone banks and text banks to Black voters in Texas, 1.5 million Black voters in Texas. These are the same voters who, through voter ID, the racial gerrymander in this state, 750 polling place closures, and so many other efforts to diminish their voting power and the likelihood that they would vote at all, may rightfully wonder whether this state is for them, whether these elections are for them. And what you and the Texas Democratic Party, Sarita and others, and all these volunteers, who, by the way, who made those phone calls, did was connect with those voters and say, you are critical to the future of this state and by extension, this country. We as a nation are counting on you. And that, I joined some of those phone banks, and to have people say, I've never received a phone call before from a candidate or a party or a volunteer, and that fired them up, and just making that human to human connection that you talked about at the outset is what this is all about. At the end of the day, it's the TV ads and the mailers and all that stuff's important, but one human being talking to and listening to another human being, especially in a state with such a long history of voter suppression. I want the story about Texas to be not only that there was voter suppression, but that the Texas Democratic Party and all these amazing people that you brought together on this call were the answer to that. And we overcame that. And here's how we won these elections in 2020. I want that to be the end of the movie. So I think that's the way that we respond to that. And that's the way that we reach out to those who have been in the past excluded.
Well, Beto, I'm not going to keep you too much longer, but I want to, give you the room to just share with us what we need. I mean, it's whether it's a good song, whether it's a good book to take us to the poll. This is supposed to be a party, right? And so we partied in different ways. We've had the panels today. We've had the DJ. I don't know if you were able to be on with the DJ. I've done some, a little stump speech, but I think we still need to do some motivation to get people to the polls. So if you can just share us, with something that maybe someone else hasn't said now that can push someone still to the poll that may still be like, well, I'm not sure, maybe. What can you say to that maybe voter right now?
Yeah. I'll tell you kind of a funny story. So in 2018, I was campaigning in Laredo, Texas, and I was knocking on doors. And Dr. Brailey, we had this fancy system on our phones. There was an app, and I knew who the likely voters were, and I was knocking on their doors. And I was with a young volunteer who was from Laredo, and he said, Beto, I don't see Mr. Lozano on this walk list. And I said, well, if Mr. Lozano's not on this walk list, he must not be an active voter, and we don't have the time to spend on people who are not active voters. And this young man said, well, I with all due respect, I think you're making a big mistake here. He said, Mr. Lozano has the auto repair shop in the neighborhood. He fixes everybody's cars. His wife, Mrs. Lozano, has been on the PTA for each of their 5 kids' entire academic career. She knows every mom and dad in the neighborhood. In other words, he's making the case that they're the center of this community. And it convinced me. I said, okay, let's go meet with the Lozanos. And we go, they live adjacent to that auto repair shop, and they invited us into their living room, and they were just so kind and just very sweet to us and welcoming and encouraging. And I felt so good afterwards. I said, I don't know if this did any good, but I'm happy. And a few months later, I'm in San Antonio, and I'm staying in a hotel downtown, and I walk out the hotel. I'm about to cross the street, and this van that is driving past me screeches to a halt, and the window rolls down, and this woman sticks her head out and she says, "Are you Beto O'Rourke?" And I said, "I am." And she said, "Well, we're from Laredo, and Mr. Lozano is our neighbor. He told us that we've got to vote for you. So I don't know who you are, but we're voting for you, okay?" And then I got to tell you this. So this week, I've been in Arlington, Texas, and I'm actually about to head back home to El Paso. And I'm staying not too far from the AT&T Stadium where the Cowboys play. And I was on a run by the little linear park there. And I got back in my truck, and I was starting to drive home. And it was last Sunday, and Cowboys are playing. And I'm at a stoplight, and I hear the car next to me. Someone says, "Is that Beto O'Rourke?" And I said, "Oh, hey, it's me, it's Beto." And they said, "We're from Laredo. We're the Lozano family." And so what are the chances that one encounter is going to follow me through? But what that tells me is you don't give up on anyone, and you go after everyone and show that respect that we're all due. Treat people with the dignity that they deserve, and don't give up on any voter and any of those voters who are thinking about giving up on us as a party or as a state or a country. We need to earn that from them. And again, I got to say this, Dr. Brailey, you and the Texas Democratic Party right now are living that. And this is the way to make democracy work. And this is the way to get those voters who may have sat out the last few elections wondering, as you said earlier, is this a red state or just a not voting state? We're going to make this a voting state that turns out and makes this country proud. So I love what you're doing. We love getting behind you and TDP, this amazing host committee and the honorary chairs, Sarita and Hannah, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And let's give it all we got for the next 24 days.
Thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. Know that you have a friend. Whatever you need from me, Beto, please don't hesitate to reach out. And even when we talked about speakers with the host committee, we had to have you here. And the number one reason is you get it. You really get what the people really need, and to push our nation to really embracing that notion of democracy. So thank you. Thank you to your family, and just keep pushing, and we'll be pushing with you.
Thank you so much. Keep it up.
All right. I think we have a video or so that we're going to show at this point, and then we're going to have a panel on women leading the way. Sarita, do we have another video or something that we're showing? I know about where we are in terms of what we've raised, and I know you can talk about the text that they can press, and you can say that number. You can also let them know anything else related to phone banking and texting, because I know you have the details.
Yeah, I would love to. As Beto said, as so many of our guests have said, the way that we make change is by getting involved. So I encourage everyone, whether you've done it before or not, to pick up a shift between now and Election Day. So we've got opportunities like phone banking, everything's virtual, so you can do it from the comfort of your own home. If you're not trying to talk to people, that's okay. We've got texting opportunities as well. And so you can text voters all over the state to make sure that they've turned in their vote by mail ballots. And for the folks voting in person, they have a plan and they're gonna go and they're gonna vote early, because that's what's really important. And to get involved more with the work that we've been doing today and to support the efforts that we've been doing, you can text Texas, that's TEXAS, to 21333. And then you can also head over to joe.link/TXGOTV for some more volunteer opportunities. So we welcome you all to come join us in these last few days as we get ready to make sure that we have every single person in our lives who's eligible to vote voting. And even the folks who can't vote, they can still be involved in the process, whether that's volunteering, being a poll worker, standing in line for someone. There's always a way that folks can get involved. So I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Brailey as we get ready for our Women Leading the Way panel.
Thank you so much, Sarita. And just to those who are just joining us, if you did not hear before, we will be here next week too, because it's not, I shouldn't say, I'm gonna say it the right way. It ain't no party like a Democratic Party, because a Democratic Party don't stop. And we're in Texas, the largest, the biggest battleground state. And so we're having the biggest party that we've ever had so that we can highlight women up and down the ballot. But most anything is really to push out the vote. Any last minute ask, if you have not been asked to vote just yet, we are asking for you to vote for our wonderful, experienced, qualified candidates up and down the ballot. Start from the top all the way to the bottom. Don't stop just at the top. Make sure you vote all the way down. D, if they have a D next to their name, DEM or Democrat. You can vote D all through the ballot. And so joining us, we're going to come to an end, you all. We're going to have Women Leading the Way, and I'll be introducing them. But just make sure that you know this is part one. Part two, you will hear more about. We have joined with the state campaign, and we will be taking this party to next week. So we're going to be partying to the polls to start early vote on October 13th, and we're going to turn back around on October 17th so we can celebrate with those who've already voted, and then we can also give whatever anyone else needs to get to the poll the following week and weeks to come. So with that being said, we're going to start Women Leading the Way. We have Royce Brooks, who is the Executive Director of Annie's List. Is Royce on the call yet?
Hi.
All righty. And we also have Jane Hamilton, who is the Senior Advisor of the Texas Biden campaign. I know she was on earlier. I know she's doing lots of work. So I'm not sure yet if she's rejoined, but this will be like a free for all, you all. So we'll have a pretty good conversation here. Shekira Dennis may be joining us again as well.
Hi, Chair.
Good. And Shekira is our Texas Coalition Director. And we also have Silvia Mintz, who is the chair of the Latino PAC, my friend in Harris County. I know I've been seeing her throughout the panel, so the party today, so she should be here. Sue Barrick, who serves as the president of the Texas Democratic Women. And then we have, I've also, you all, while we're gonna kind of have this conversation, I've left a panel. I said, if any of you all just wanna join and have a sister girl conversation, just about what we experienced today. Why is it good that, yes, we have to be serious because this is a very serious time, but why should we have a little fun and party and get ready to go to the polls? So Royce, Shekira, Silvia, you wanna just start off? What did you think about today? Today, you all, this was, I say, we never know how the birth will go. Like, this was one of my babies, so to speak, that I was just determined that we just highlight the voices of women again. I don't know if I mentioned Audrey should be joining us too, Lawton Evans, who is the president of HPAD, Houston Black American Democrats. But you never know exactly how it's gonna turn out. But I really think that this is something that will outlast us, you all. I'm just hoping. So what were your thoughts today? And how does that relate to Women Leading the Way with doing things like this?
Carla, well, if I could just, first of all,
say thank you for having this as your brainchild. This has been so much fun, and I had my video off, but had I had it on, y'all would have seen me getting myself together with the DJ Superstar tunes. This has just been the best way to spend part of a Saturday. And I love hearing from all the women. I just love the energy that women are bringing to this election. Women really are driving the change that we're about to see. You know, we have a record number of women running for the state ledge right now. Obviously, we have a historic woman on the top of the ticket in Kamala Harris. And I will just tell y'all a little funny story. So earlier this week, I had the very fun opportunity to speak to a group of Girl Scouts. They were 2nd through 5th graders, and they were so excited. This was the day of the vice presidential debate. They were so excited about Kamala. They knew all about her. We were talking about voting, and they were so excited once I asked them to go bug their parents and all the adults they know to make a voting plan. We talked a little bit about who is disenfranchised in our system, and they had strong feelings about it. And one of the little girls even raised her hand to ask the question. She said, maybe I'm too young to be talking about this, but how come sometimes when men get in positions of authority, they sexualize women? That's not right. And I was like, these girls are not playing around. They are ready. It makes me very, very hopeful for the future. So thank you for putting this together.
Oh, thank you. And thank you, Annie, to Annie's List, for you all always supporting us. There are several organizations that are supporting us: Texas Democratic Women, HBAD, Senate District 13, Black Women's PAC, Emerge is supporting us as well, Road Women. And I'm sure, Shekira, as of next week, we probably have even more than that. With that said, Shekira, you want to add anything?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's great to be joined by Royce and by Audrey. And I see our Congresswoman on here. I feel like she's been on all of my Zooms. That just demonstrates her commitment to making sure that we elect Democrats up and down the ballot, and that we reinforce the importance of one of our strongest and most reliable coalitions, and that is women. And we've witnessed, the collective power and influence of women on and off the ballot. And we know that without us, there is no real path to victory in Texas. And I always want to reinforce that in my work. I also see Judge Elizabeth Frizzell, who's one of 2 African-American women that are running statewide for the higher courts. And in this outlet, and Dr. Brailey, just to share my organic thoughts. And I know you and I have been on the phone, just talking through little bits and pieces of the program, but to see it, come together as yours mentioned, you're a brainchild. I mean, this is a lively, discussion, and the women here really represent the diversity of the women across the state of Texas. And it's equally important for us to really just show love to the women, that are on the ballot, right? A lot of times, they don't get that opportunity to just, come into an environment surrounded by other women who are just like, hey, we're here. We got your back. We support you. We want to see you win. We want to amplify your race. We want to amplify the issues, that are happening on the ground that are really driving people, to the polls. And so this outlet, though you thought, Dr. Brailey, was just, well, I'm just coming up with things. I mean, it's really powerful platform and really an opportunity for us to drive home what we all know, yet again, is that women run it in Texas, right? We are it. We have been it for some time. And again, there's no path to victory without women in Texas. And I'm glad to see all of the women in leadership on this call today who didn't have to drop off in it, but really just sat and enjoyed being in this moment, because a lot of times we are so deep and rooted, in the work that we don't oftentimes, have the opportunity to enjoy the moment. So thank you for having me, and thank you for including the Biden-Harris campaign.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shekira. You just made me, all kind of quotes came to mind. I was like almost hearing Ann Richards and Barbara Jordan. This great legacy that we have that did not start did not start from us, but it's been that path that has been paving the way. And we'll hear more about their legacies and even more from our women candidates the following week with your support as well, Shekira, in getting that off. Silvia, you are the chair of the Latino PAC, first woman to do that. And I know what that could be like. I was the first woman chair of Key PAC in Houston. So I know all of us know on this call, particularly talking right now, what it means to lead and be the first. Can you talk a little bit about that and leading the way in your role?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Brailey, for inviting me and for including me on this. Actually, I'm very energized about this, and I'm really excited to see so many Latino women being involved now. I have been able to be involved with the community for a long time as a community activist, and now I can see all the women ready to make sure their families go to vote. Even if they are unable to vote, they are making sure their kids are registered to vote and that they will vote, and that really makes me very happy. As you mentioned, I am the chair of the Latino Democratic PAC. I'm the first one to chair, and actually I'm the only woman member of the board of directors of the PAC. This has been a very good experience. Can you imagine dealing with all those men? Everybody is a lawyer on the board, and I have to deal with teaching them that women are actually very good at managing and organizing events. And I have enjoyed this opportunity to serve my community and also to start the first Latino Democratic PAC. We have been working together with the First Tuesday PAC to make sure that all the candidates in Harris County have support on mailings and digital campaign. So I have really enjoyed leading the way with the PAC, and also hopefully opening up a space so that more women join me on the board, and hopefully we will have more women as chair of the Latino Democratic PAC and more women Latinas involved in places of leadership. Thank you very much for having me today. This has been so much fun, and I really enjoy the DJ who has me dancing all the way all morning.
Thank you so much, Silvia. I know, Royce, I'm sure you and Silvia probably should talk. So I want to make sure that you all connect if you haven't connected already. I think you can both be a resource to one another. Sue Barrett, she always just text you or just say, look, I want to be on board. What can I do? What can I do? So you're here today and you are the president of Texas Democratic Women. And what does that mean for you to constantly have just been in the fold and seeing where we are in Texas now? You're muted, Sue.
By the time I learn to unmute myself, we will have elected all the Democrats up and down the ballot. As you know, Texas Democratic Women is the membership organization of the Women's Caucus for the Texas Democratic Party. And we've always known that women were the heart and soul of the Democratic Party. And for us, I would say that this time around, we are looking for some gaps to fill in the campaign. And since our last panel where you and Judge Frizzell and I saw each other, we have partnered up with Blue Up Texas, and we have initiated a special project to help educate women voters, especially about the lack of straight ticket voting, the importance of voting for our judicial candidates, and what that will mean for Texas. It is a terrible shame how many people will get into the polling place and not know the names of their judicial candidates and not know why it matters. And people are fuzzy about what the courts actually do, in fact. And of course, we can't get all that done with a couple of texts, but we think we can help motivate people and inform them by letting them know through publicizing a video and through giving them some instructions to do better than they might otherwise, because too many of our voters are going to stop at the top of the ballot due to the lack of, everybody's interested in the presidential election. Thank goodness. If you're not interested in that this time, you're just not alive, I'm afraid. But yeah, we are focusing on that. And we want to see the diversity of Texas reflected in our bench, because until we do, there's not going to be even-handed justice dispensed in this state. And we need judges who've got a work ethic, not people for whom this is like a 9 to 5, and you walk out the door and forget about it at night. We've got to have people who've got their heart and soul into improving justice in Texas. Because no matter the reforms we might make with police and so on, if the bench is prejudiced, we're still stuck in a terrible catch-22. So right now we have about 30 chapters across the state, and we're looking to increase our membership and motivation for people already with an eye to 2022 and what's going to happen with the governorship. Maybe somebody on this call will run for governor. I don't know.
Maybe so, Sue. Maybe so.
We're going to be right behind her.
Yeah. They say it takes about 7 times. So if you're on this call, this counted as one. It takes 7 times to ask a woman to run and for her to say yes. So thank you for putting that ask out, Sue, and thank you for the work that you do. I know we're going to have some surprise judicial candidates that are going to speak with us sometime soon. I didn't mention Sisters United is also one of our organizational partners too. So I wanted to mention them. I thought about them because they do so much work in getting out the votes and asking women who has not traditionally had a pattern of voting, but they go out and still make those asks of those communities. And so thank you to Sisters United. I know Royce and Annie's List continue to do phenomenal programs. Just had one in Houston yesterday. So shout out to Royce. I don't know how we do all these programs and still ask people to vote and support candidates, but we are women and that's what we do. And Audrey, I'm gonna get you to offer some words, and I'm gonna pull on some of our judicial candidates because some of our other candidates are out trying to get the vote and do what they do. So Audrey, you ready to talk to us?
Yes, I am. Hi, Dr. Brailey. I'm just so used to calling you Carla, but I guess I can
That's fine.
Carla right now. This has been such a whirlwind, right? We've been busy. I think I've talked and seen every woman on this call numerous times, and today I may have seen some of you for the 3rd or 4th time already today. There is so much going on. There's so much excitement. And I just want to talk about that, the fact that we should be excited, right? This has been quite a year, 2020. 2020 has put lots of stress on everyone. I think all of us have loved ones or people that we know that have succumbed to a very horrible disease that was not here a year ago. There have been financial struggles. Our country has been at odds on many levels. But I view this as an opportunity, right, to change that, to be a turning point, to use our vote for the very first time in a climate that makes probably the most important time, right, to make a change. And I've just been so excited. I've said this so many times. You might see my husband walking around in the background, that I just cannot wait to actually vote. I wanted to vote yesterday, right? I am ready to vote. And so I am just so excited about this because I want us to just, loosen up. I want us to take the stress that we've been feeling and let's celebrate. Let's be excited going to the polls. Don't just vote. I want you to skip and whistle and cheer and be so excited when you're able to cast your vote because, this is so important and we'll have the opportunity to actually make a significant change. And so, I am the chair of the Houston Black American Democrats. And along those veins, you're just letting people know some things that you can do right now, right, to help in this effort. There are so many people. I love seeing all these ladies, but I see you guys all the time, right? And so we're trying to reach other people. We're trying to reach others, right, and say, hey, we want you to vote, yes, but we also want you to do something else. We want you to volunteer. We want you to spread the word to your neighbors, to your coworkers, to anyone that you have contact with, that their vote is important. So HBAD, we are hosting weekly phone banks. We will be having our phone bank. We just got off of a phone bank today with the Texas Coalition. Shekira was a big part of that with the Biden campaign. And we are having weekly phone banks on Sundays at 3 p.m. This Sunday, it's the Black Voter Outreach phone bank. This Sunday, we're joined by Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher and Christian Menifee, who is the candidate for Harris County Attorney. So please join in. You don't have to leave your house. You don't have to do anything other than get on the internet and have a phone. And you can call and talk to some of these voters, they're very excited. I love talking to voters. They don't hang up on you. They actually talk quite a bit. So it's fun. We've also sent out a mailer to 30,000 plus African-American households and we've endorsed the entire Democratic slate. So we're excited about that as well. And we are, I just got off the phone. We have trying to figure out how to do something at the polls. And so what we're doing, we're going to launch it on Tuesday. We're doing a party at the polls. We've got a food truck that we are going to have at Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church poll. I'm a member of Wheeler, and Pastor Cosby has made October the 13th Wheeler Day at the polls, and we will be at Wheeler, okay? From 4 to 7, we will have a food truck come out. It's not in exchange for a vote, but you do have to show and prove that you voted in order to get a meal. So again, you guys, I just want to stress that this is a good time. This is a celebration. And what better way to do that than today's events, listening to DJ Superstar, and just really enjoying ourselves and getting ready to vote. And shout out to the D9, of course. We need all of you out there to vote. All right. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Audrey.
Yeah.
We have our host. I see several of our host committee. I don't know if they're on the call. Many of them, their videos. I know some are muted and all that good stuff. I want them to be able to get in this conversation. We have some of our judicial candidates that are dropping by as a surprise. And I know you all, they're still traveling, going all throughout Texas and still having social distancing events. And so I count it an honor to be able to hear from them today. I see Kathy, a judicial candidate, Kathy Chang, Judge Stacey Williams. Did I see Frizzell? I think I saw. I know. I'm here. Okay, good. The honorary chair, Frederica Phillips. I did see her at some point. So, Judge Stacey, you want to just give us a few quick words, because we know how important it is for us to vote up and down the ballot, and it's just so wonderful to be able to see you all here today.
First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you. And yes, we are jumping from Zoom calls. I'm currently in Houston now. We're trying to just tie up everything for Tuesday. And I'm preaching to the choir, but this is the most important election of our lifetime. It's going to affect our democracy, our state. I just can't emphasize it enough. I am running for the Texas Supreme Court. In the 174-year history of the Texas Supreme Court, there has never been an African-American female. It is time that our voices be heard. Can you imagine what some of the decisions of the Texas Supreme Court would be like if an African-American female were actually on the Texas Supreme Court? Well, we have the crazy decisions regarding vote by mail, evictions and foreclosures, or even some of the other issues that have been heard by the Texas Supreme Court. You've got someone who's qualified and experienced. I bring over 27 years of legal experience. My Republican opponent, well, he's never been a judge, but he was Rick Perry's chief of staff and John Cornyn's assistant attorney general. I've been a district court judge for 2 terms, an administrative judge for the EEOC, a municipal court judge for the city of Dallas, an arbitrator for DART, the U.S. Postal Service, NASDAQ member, Washington Metropolitan Airport Board. And I tell you all that so I am ready on day one to start hearing the issues. And what's even more funny, my opponent, besides the fact never being a judge, they've got this crazy commission going on in Austin trying to decide how Texans shouldn't elect judges because of what the ladies did in Houston. So under the Texans for Lawsuit Reform, which is one of the most conservative Republican lobbying organization in the state of Texas, they even say you need 4 years of experience, of judicial experience. Jeff Boyd doesn't have 1 year of judicial experience. So it is time for a change. We need qualified individuals, and we need you to vote not only at the top, but all the way down the ballot. And I know Harris County, you've got a long ballot, but these positions have the potential for affecting your lives for a generation. So please don't play it cheap. The voter suppression efforts have already started, but this is like the 1960s repeated. It's time for us to take up that mantle. Do not be intimidated. Notify voter protection. This is the election of our lifetime. We've got some fabulous candidates up and down the ballot who will make a change come January 1st, but we can't do it without your help. I am Judge Stacey Williams for the Texas Supreme Court. I'll put my contact information in for you, but we've got some other candidates that need to talk for a bit, so I'm going to stop now.
All right. And Royce, I know you were so honorable to give us some of your time. So if you need to drop off, we understand. This is just our sister moment that we're just kind of bringing things to a close and raising awareness around some of our candidates, particularly our judicial candidates. So got you if you got to roll.
I am basking in the moment, so I'm just going to stay right here.
All right. Kathy Jane, I think you have a few words to share with us.
Yes, Dr. Carla Brailey, thank you so much for allowing me to join y'all today. I'm actually traveling and going from Canton, Texas, down back to Houston. So excuse me if my connection is not that well. I'm Kathy Chang, candidate for Texas Supreme Court Place 6. I'm honored to be on this ballot, statewide ballot, with so many wonderful colleagues on the Supreme Court and Court of Criminal Appeals and down the ballot. Folks, I've said it before, this is the election of a lifetime, not just because justice is on the ballot, but this election is about democracy. Right before COVID started, I did a statewide tour where one of my volunteers was an African-American close friend of mine, Mr. Curvis Davis. He traveled the state with me and drove with me. When we head out to the state of Texas and parts of the state of Texas in 2020, I still have to look up on the internet for the maps to see where would the KKKs be. I have to plan that by a certain time, date, time certain, we have to be out at a certain location. This is 2020. This is absolutely absurd that we have to do that. This is America. This is not the America that I embraced and loved growing up. It's called this my home country. You know, when my parents immigrated into this country, of countries, 190 some countries around the world, we chose the United States because of the freedom
and the justice for all. Well, our reality is justice is not for all and freedom is not for all in 2020. And that's why I'm asking you, don't just go out to vote starting October 13th. I'm telling everybody, let's march to the polls. I'm working with county chairs. I'm working with various organizations, with Black Lives Matter organizations. Say, hey, I know we're down to the last stretch, but call me up. Let me march to the polls with you. Because if we can do it, we can do this election, and we flip Texas, we're gonna make this a movement, not just a moment for 2020, but we're gonna make this a movement to where we keep going till we'll never, ever go back to red again. Because folks, democracy's on the ballot, not just justice. Freedom is on the ballot. Show me your patriotism. Take at least 15 people and let's march to the polls. I'm Kathy Chang. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. You know, I always love to hear from you. And I appreciate the work that you're doing. I appreciate your authenticity and your skills. And so thank you for just the courage that you've shown to run. Frizzell, are you here? I want to get them on because I know they're zooming for voting purposes.
I am here. Thank you so much, Dr. Brailey. And thank you all for just having this event. I just think this is wonderful. I'm Elizabeth Davis Frizzell, and I'm running for Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, Place 3. This will be my 4th term as a judge, but it's my first statewide office. So it's a challenge to get our message out throughout the entire state. And events like this help us to do that. So I definitely appreciate it. I've been practicing criminal law for the past 27 years. I've been a judge for 20 of those years. I started as a municipal court judge for the city of Dallas. In fact, Judge Williams and I started together, and Judge Tina U. Clinton, who will be on a little later, started together many years ago. And then I became a county criminal court judge, served there for 8 years. Then I ran for a criminal district judge in 2016. I won, and I presided over all types of cases from assault to rape, robbery, murder, capital murder. I was in private practice for a total of 13 years before I ever ran for judge. And during this time, I've seen so much. Most of the cases I presided over as a judge, the defendants have been African-American males. And second to that are Hispanic males. And on this particular court, there are no African-American judges at all, male or female. There are no Hispanic judges at all, male or female. No Asian judges. Out of 9 judges, I think it's time to bring that balance, and not just balance of race, but balance of viewpoint. There are no former defense lawyers. There are no Democrats. There's no balance on this court, but they haven't had challengers in 22 years. So I think this court has become a little bit comfortable. I don't feel comfortable with the Court of Criminal Appeals ruling that it's not reversible error for a defense lawyer to fall asleep during a capital murder trial, the defendant to get the death penalty, and they rubber stamp that that's okay. That's not okay. And on several occasions, the U.S. Supreme Court has had to step in and tell the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals that what they're doing is not constitutional and reverse them themselves. It makes Texas look bad, and that's not the look we want. That's not fairness. That's not justice, and we can do better. I have been the chair and the vice chair of the Judicial Nominating Commission in Dallas. And during that time, I helped Dallas select the municipal court judges. It is so important that we bring people behind us, not just that we get to the seats we're trying to get to, but that we also help other people. And that's a part of why we're running for this. I'm a graduate of the Texas Judicial College, co-chair of the Criminal Justice Committee. We are all qualified that are running on this ticket. There are 6 women running for statewide positions, judgeships, for the first time in 22 years, 7 total. And there are 3 for Court of Criminal Appeals. There are 9 judges on that court. We have 3 Democrats running this year. There are 4 Democrats running on Supreme Court. There are 9 judges on the Supreme Court side. So like Judge Williams said, this is an historic election. I need you to tell everyone to vote all the way up and all the way down the ballot. That is so important that we get fair-minded people on this court. Vote blue all the way through. We can do better. We can have excellence. We can excel with Judge Elizabeth Frizzell. Thank you all so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other candidates on? I know you all are Zooming. All right. Judge, you're a candidate, but you're also our former vice chair. You all may not know the story that I may not even be here with the Texas Democratic Party if it was not for Frederica Phillips, who is a judge, an honorable member, but she was formerly our vice chair. And so I've been working with her with a number of years. And so, Judge, would you like to offer any words to us today? And thank you so much for being an honorary co-chair for this event.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Carla, for this wonderful event. It has been just an amazing day. I am honored to just be a part of this group with such wonderful women. The speakers all day were so inspirational. The panels, if you weren't ready to vote, you should be now. I'm going to be really brief. You know, I'm Frederica Phillips. I'm a judge in Harris County. I'm up for election on the November ballot. I think Texans are ready. Harris County is ready. 3 days, we're going to put on our pink and our Converse, and we're going to march to the polls, and we are going to vote for Democrats up and down the ballot and turn Texas blue. Thank you so much, Texas Democrats.
Thank you so much, Judge and former vice chair of the Texas Democratic Party. Yes, pink is also cancer awareness, breast cancer awareness month. We're going to add to that we're going to wear it also for Kamala. Again, we just want you to go to the polls. So don't feel like if you don't have pink, you can't go. You go to the polls by any means necessary. But if you want to just add a little something, you know, whether it's a pink vote, pink shirt, little Converse, feel free to do that. And we'll be looking where we can march to the polls as well. I see Roxanne still on. You want to offer something, Rox?
No, I'm just enjoying the event and glad to be a part of this. I want to thank you, Carla, for all of your work in pulling this together. A big thank you to all the presenters for taking the time to share today. And I would just encourage everyone to take any pearls you received today and share them with your immediate and extended circle and get to the polls and vote. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We have some other committee members. Anyone else want to, we're closing it out. So, you know, speak now or hold it to next week because we will be here next week, ladies. Next week will be part 2. All right. Anyone else?
Hey, it's Mayoshia from the committee. And listen, I just want to say, Carla, this was absolutely amazing today. I really just ditto everything that everybody said. I think if we are not hyped now, if we are not encouraged, if we are not motivated to go out and not only go ourselves, but to take everyone in our circles with us, then I don't know what it's going to take to get us lit up, right? Today was absolutely amazing from the faith panel earlier down throughout this day of events. I appreciate every Democratic candidate who's on the ticket, especially those that are on the ticket for our judgeships positions. I mean, it is so very important. We understand now. If we didn't understand before, we understand the injustice that exists in our country. It's existed for a long time, but if it has not hit you in your face now, I don't know what will. So it is so very important. Thank you to everybody that participated today. It's been a phenomenal day. And I'll tell you, I personally am motivated to get on the call, to call everybody in my circle and tell them, listen, we're going to do a thing. We're going to do a thing on Tuesday, and it is going to speak volumes, and we need to take everybody with us. So thanks again, Dr. Carla, for everything that you've done to put this on. I'm sure it exceeded all of your expectations because it was absolutely phenomenal.
Yes, we did this, you all. And I can say this, it is no way possible this could have happened without the committee. They put up with me, and I'm going to be honest with you all, because if you all have time on your hands, bless you. I have no time. So I'm saying I need lots of grace and mercy because all my T's will not be crossed during these last few days and all my I's will not be dotted. Okay. Because that's not how we're going to win this election. And so just the grace and mercy that we needed to be able to get this off. A lot of times as women, we've been told everything has to be perfect. Well, I've learned, one of my mentors told me one time, it's not about perfection. It's about doing excellence in that moment. And so we're doing what we can do in this moment. And in this moment, we came together and we're doing something even tomorrow for those who want to join in the Biden Harris campaign. We're going to be raising some money. Join vice chair in the committee again, because we have an event tomorrow at 2:30. We'll get that sent out to some of you all who want it. Sylvia, look forward to seeing you. I think you'll be asking a question, but you did it. I have all my sisters with me. And that's what happened today. And that's what we've been doing since we arrived in the United States. And so you all, Texas is going blue. And we're going blue because of you, the work that we have done as women. And that's not to say that men have not worked. We're going to have a panel, I think, next week that's going to be like, we vote with men too. So we do this all together. The wonderful thing with women is we make sure, and I think Pastor Haynes said this best, we are usually very inclusive when we do this work. And we could talk about diversity, but it's one thing to use the word diversity. It's another thing to understand it beyond its concept, to actually perform it. And when you perform it, then you get inclusion, then you get equity. And that's what we're pushing for. Yes, now it's cool to have a seat at the table, you all. They almost want us there. But it's one thing to have a seat at the table and have a voice at the table, to have a menu of your own that you don't necessarily have to follow because someone has given it to us. And that's the women who are on these tickets today. You know, that's the women who are voting. And it is our voice today that's during this election season that is going to matter the most. Our voice is our vote. And our vote is our voice. And women, you know, when we want to be heard, nothing and no one can stop us. If we don't have anyone else have any closing words, because I'm finished. I like to just, you know, at some point you just say, let's stop while the party is good. And I think our DJ Superstar, are you still here? She may have stepped out.
I'm still here.
Can you okay. So you can kind of get it ready for us, just to give us a little bit. I know we're over. We're 12 minutes over, you all. So we did pretty good, not ever being able to do this before. So DJ Superstar, if you could take us out. Shekira, I'm going to be in touch so we can discuss what we're doing. Part 2. Host committee, I love you.
We are family.
our Facebook viewers today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for partying with us to the polls. We're going there on October 13th. We want you to be with us. You can go wearing anything you like. Some of us are going to wear our pink, maybe throw on our blue Converse if we have them. Others just show up and show out. Be sure to join us next week because we are having the biggest party ever for the biggest state ever. We are the largest, the biggest battleground state there is. And we're going to show the nation what Texas can do. And we're doing it with women. Women winning Texas is what we're going to do in 2020. Ladies, I love you. I look forward to seeing you next week. Bye.